going to have Mike Swartout joining me just a little bit. He's probably going to go a few innings here with me as we'll go back and forth throughout the broadcast here. So Justin Verlander is on the mound right now. So leading off for Rob Thompson's squad in the Philadelphia Phillies, they were 87 and 75 in the regular season. It'll be Kyle Schwarber playing left field. So this is going to be big time here to watch the 39-year-old Justin Verlander to see exactly what he's got left in the tank. It was a Cy Young season here for Justin Verlander in the sense of, again, he was 18 and 4, a .175 ERA, a WHIP at 8.83, 185 strikeouts. This guy's a legend. He's done it all, and now he's in Game 1 on the mound of the World Series. So again, the Astros, they last won in 2017. They lost in 2019 and 2021 in the World Series. You can very much consider them a dynasty at this point. But I will say this, with Dave Dombrowski on the other side of it, being the Tigers guy on the side of it that I am, that he's been here for a long time, he's put together a really good team. Rob Thompson was able to save them a little bit when they fired Joe Girardi because, again, Rob Thompson took over at 22 and 29 record. And all of a sudden, the Phillies are in the World Series, getting past the Dodgers and the Padres. So that is good company there. Schwarber, he smoked one down the third base line, and that was just barely foul. I'm going to put Mike in here just to get some of this stuff together so we can at least do a few innings. We'll see how far we'll go, see how long he can stay here. But it's going to be exciting for both of us to watch Justin Verlander here tonight and see what he's going to do here in this Game 1. Let me just make sure we get all set here. So all you got to do is put your mic on there. Mike, you're all set in here with me. All you do is click down the bottom left whenever you want to go in. Obviously, I don't have to do the play-by-play of the whole thing. We can just shoot the shit and enjoy this game. It's a 1-2 count right now. Verlander, you're going to see if Schwarber went. He did not. So, Michael, this is Justin Verlander on the mound. We know a lot about this 39-year-old. Excited to watch him here tonight and see what he can do?
Oh, yeah. I am. His first starts of every series not been going too good for him. Let's see if he can keep on going to the 5th or 6th inning tonight and stay in the game.
Curveball, that 12-6 was at 79 miles an hour, and Schwarber will follow it away. Mike, you might be a little bit ahead of me because I'm streaming this on the 4K stick, up in the office here in the room. So if you see something that's like a home run or whatever, I mean, if you yell, that's fine. I might miss it for about maybe 10 seconds because I'm at the 2-2 count right now and he's about to pitch. So that's just the way that it goes when you got other people in here. But I'm glad that you can join me here at least for a few innings or whatever you want to do. A beautiful pitch by Verlander with the circle change in the bottom left corner, and Schwarber's going to take a seat. And you're right about that, Mike. We got a chance to watch a lot of that in Detroit, even between 2006 and 2012. Verlander, you can get him within the first 3 innings, right? But if he settles in, then you're in for a long night. And he is apt to give up the long ball. So that's what we'll have to watch for here tonight. That's going to bring up Rhys Hoskins. He batted .246 this season. He did have 30 bombs and 79 RBI, so he is a definite power threat, as that was a nice curveball, but just on the outside top right corner, and Rhys Hoskins takes the ball. So in the postseason, again, the numbers and splits are different. He's batting .182, but again, Verlander is known to hang a pitch or two, and that's what we could see. He's 9 pitches into his evening right now, and as Michael said, and I would expect, Verlander is going to go at least 7. That's going to get popped up. It's going to be to Chas McCormick on the left corner side, and he's going to grab it. 2 up, 2 down here for Verlander. So, Michael, when you're thinking about Verlander, you know his fastball, you know his devastating curveball. When Verlander's on, what does he do best? Is it more just about locating or striking everybody out?
It's his location. This guy can locate the ball anywhere he wants. When he's in that groove, he can put you down. And there's no doubt about it. Like you said, the key here is he gets to the first few innings, he'll settle in, and he'll go through this Phillies lineup.
I think so, too. So I'm going to throw a couple numbers at you because I saw it on RotoWire today. So the line is Houston minus 165. So they think with Verlander out there is going to be a heavy favorite. And over/under, let me throw this at you. What do you think? Over/under, 6.5 runs scored in this game. What are you going to take?
I'm going to go over.
You're going to go over? I do think that there's going to be a couple
Yep.
overs in this series where I do think we'll see about 7 or 8 runs. These lineups are pretty nasty here. But again, I agree with you in the sense of let's see what Verlander could do for the first few innings. That was a curveball that was awfully close, and JT Realmuto took that one for a ball, so it's a 2-0 count. So I think today for the 6.5, I may go under with Nola and Verlander. I think we might see a good pitching duel here for Game 1, but I think if you go forward in Game 3, Game 4, look out. I agree with you on that. So fastball way out of the zone. So we'll see if Realmuto will take this walk or if he's got the green light. That will bring up, if Realmuto gets on, Bryce Harper. He won the MVP last season. He battled through a lot of injuries this year. As you get a look at Nick Castellanos, Mike, on the dugout side for the Philadelphia Phillies. So Dave Dombrowski is the GM.
Yeah, it's good to see. Dave Dombrowski is amazing. What he does, how he brings the team into the series and stuff. Castellanos has not done much, but he has some great defensive plays, which surprised him.
Yes, because Castellanos isn't known for that. So 3-1 count. That was a dot of a fastball. Verlander got the call. I think that was close enough. You could take it there on a 3-2 here. You got to swing no matter what if it goes in the same spot. So, yes, I mean, Mike, when you think about Castellanos, Verlander, Dave Dombrowski, I mean, that hurts a lot of hearts there in Detroit, but I think we're happy to see him do well. I think the Phillies did well there, but in between the Dodgers and the Padres, nobody expected them to be here. Fastball is poked in the right-hand corner.
I worry about Dombrowski tearing apart. Yep.
Nope, go ahead. We're going to be out of the first.
No. Yep.
No, go ahead with Dombrowski.
Here he goes. No, I always thought Dombrowski raided the farm team just to get free agents and, keep the team going and stuff. And I wonder if he's doing that with the Philadelphia Phillies. How much is he giving up for all these guys and how much is he strapping them for the next year, right?
So
look what Dombrowski gives the Tigers, right?
Yeah. So Dombrowski here with the Tigers, it was all about trades. That's how you got, you get some stuff in the offseason, but you get Carlos Guillen through a trade. You get Jose Iglesias, other things like that. He did a lot of that. And in the Phillies, I think the only other guys that are here as far as you can't call them kids, but they're in their middle 20s in the terms of Bryson Stott, who's going to be batting 7th today, and then Matt Vierling. Those are the only other guys that are still young. This is a very veteran-laden team, probably even more so than the Astros. When you want to throw in Yordan Alvarez or Kyle Tucker, they still have some 25 years of age on that side. The really other elder statesman here for Houston, besides the manager Dusty Baker, is Jose Altuve. So, I mean, you still got some preeminent pieces here for Houston that are going to be here for a while. And for the Phillies, they're going to have to win it now if they're going to win it.
Hey, so Carlos Correa and the Twins, do you think he's got any regrets?
Here's the thing. It's funny if you're watching some of the stuff on the Fox side or FS1, he had to watch his team go to the World Series because they had Carlos Correa on the Fox Sports 1 side of things.
Yeah.
So now he opts out of that 1-year deal, right, with the Minnesota Twins. And you know what? He wanted to secure his bag for 1 year. That is his prerogative. I won't blame him for doing that. But at the same time, who has replaced Carlos Correa pretty effectively? Jeremy Pena, who's playing shortstop. Again, he's 24 years of age. You got a very much younger Jeremy Pena that's doing the damn job there for Correa, and he's a lot less money. So.
Yes. And obviously, Houston's been the team to beat this year. The Yankees couldn't solve them, and can the Phillies do it? That's where we're at right now.
I think a lot of that, Michael, is going to depend on games 1 and 2, and I'm not just saying that to be hyperbolic. Aaron Nola, who's going to be on the mound now, can definitely do it. Zach Wheeler can definitely do it tomorrow. 1 and 2, games 1 and 2 is as good of starting pitching as you can have on both sides. So if the Phillies can take a 2-0 series lead over the Astros, I think they can do it. If they get a split, they give themselves a chance, and if they lose the next 2 games with the 2 best starters in there, I think they'll be done. That's how I look at it.
I'm thinking Houston in 6.
That was my initial thought as well.
Okay.
Houston in 6, and if Philadelphia does win, I would take them in 7. I think this is going to be a series that at least goes 6 games.
Here we go.
So Jose Altuve was mired in the previous in an 0 for 15 slump. He's batting .094 in the postseason, but if you look at Jose Altuve's regular season splits, he's a 300 hitter, 28 bombs, 57 RBI for the 32-year-old. He's always one of the best, whether he's got a buzzer in his jersey or not. You got to be careful there with Jose Altuve.
Yeah, I mean, this is what this is all about in postseason, man. Certain people step up to the plate and carry the team, and you hope your hitters you had over the season, they finally get their stuff together and pop a few and stuff. I mean, I'm not worried about Altuve too much right now. Not right now. I mean.
So I just saw the stat come across that he was 0 for 25 to start the postseason, but I think that's got to be, even for Altuve, a statistical anomaly. This is a guy that can do a little bit of everything. I know since the Astros have been in the World Series, 3 out of the last 6 years, he's always been a big part of what makes it work. So it's a 1-2 count against Jose right now. Aaron Nola is going to feature a curve, a four-seamer, a sinker, a changeup, and a cutter. So he's got all the pitches, and he's willing to locate all 5 pitches, and that's what makes him nasty. He doesn't have the same velocity as Verlander. He probably tops at about 94 when Verlander's still throwing 98, which is inconceivable. But Nola is one of the best. So the 1-2 is waved by Altuve, and it's 1 out. Go ahead.
Yeah, what was your surprise about Philly getting all the way here?
So, in the sense of, okay, the Phillies, toward the deadline, they go ahead and get Noah Syndergaard, right, from the Angels. You still have Bryce Harper. You got Schwarber from last year. You had Real Muto, who was already good. So I feel like this lineup was already good. So Joe Girardi was the former Yankee manager, right? I had him in notes.
Right.
He was 22-29 and got canned. Rob Thompson comes in and takes him the whole way through. So no doubt in my mind, Mike, in the sense of I probably agree with what you're kind of thinking of. They went on a hell of a run, but this lineup, just like the Astros in this ballpark, I know we're in Houston tonight, but the ballpark going into the next series too in Citizens Bank of Philadelphia is a home run happy ballpark with these guys have a lot of power. So I think Philadelphia had as good a chance as any, but I give them incredible marks, not only going for the Cardinals in the wild card, right, because everybody expected the last dance there for the Cardinals. And then you have the Dodgers, who won 117 games. And then you had the Padres, who just traded for Juan Soto.
Yes. I mean, the Dodgers bowing out to the Padres was a total shocker to me. I mean, the Dodgers spent a lot of money getting that team up there and stuff, and it's a disappointment for them. It really is. It's a letdown for them to go through this whole season, and with the players they've got, and they got Freddie Freeman from Atlanta last year. Is that correct?
Yes, they did.
And coming up short like that, man, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it goes to the show in the sense of the whole way through, Philadelphia has had a tough road. They definitely have earned to be in this World Series. So everyone that's going out and picking Houston in 4 or 5, I would pump the brakes a little bit. Let's just watch and see what happens.
Right.
Oh, Aaron Nola. That was a close pitch there with the fastball, but he got the call. So 2 up and 2 down here for Aaron Nola, both on strikeouts. That is a perfect fastball. Probably a little bit low, but again, Mike, as we talk about, even on the video game side, probably too close to take.
Yeah. Those pitches like that are just there. You can't let the pitcher have those pitches, man. You got to take a swing at those.
So here's go ahead.
No, you saw that last at bat with Altuve went way outside for that last pitch. Reminded me of Javier Baez this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen too much of that here in Detroit.
Yep.
So now, Michael, you have probably one of the most baddest men on the planet, Yordan Alvarez. If you
Yeah.
remember the early series between the Seattle Mariners, he was the one that keyed a key walk-off there in Game 1 against the Mariners, and this guy has stupid power. So you must be careful here with Yordan.
Noah just threw a nasty change, went straight down. Was it a 1260 drop down there? I think he dropped right out the bottom.
Yeah, both looks like both now Verlander and Nola early in this game as we're getting through one have their stuff tonight.
Yep.
So Alvarez, 2-0 count. He's going to let it rip on a fastball, and that's going to get fouled back. So it's still 2-1 advantage here for Ari Yordan. And again, let's go over his numbers because I got them in front of me. How does this sound? 306, 37 home runs, 97 RBI. So not only can he hit with tremendous power, but he also hits with tremendous average. So you got to keep your eye on this guy. He's always a threat, no matter if there's anybody on base or not. That was a good fastball in.
You gotta love batters like this. I mean, the guys that can do it all.
He would definitely be one of those, and another one on deck that can do it all is probably Alex Bregman. He's had a tremendous postseason, so we'll see what happens here with Alvarez and 2 outs. 3-1. He's going to draw the walk.
Yeah. All right. And the first batter's aboard.
So that's going to bring up Alex Bregman, the 28-year-old. I think Houston, they have to think about this with their GM in the sense of a couple of years from now, you have Bregman and you have Kyle Tucker as free agents. And again, I don't think you spare any expense at this point. These guys are under 30, and they bring all sorts of damage. So Bregman admitted, I will say this, he's finally healthy, and his postseason numbers, 333, 2 bombs, and 7 RBI, certainly prove that. He's a guy that can do a little bit of everything. He had 23 bombs this year, 93 RBI. He hit 259 when he was injured. So you think if he's up treading now like he is, this could be a dangerous at bat, even with 2 outs.
I always liked Bregman. I always thought he's a good hitter.
Absolutely. He's one of those guys that you can put in the middle of the lineup. I mean, hell, we've run the Astros a few times in the game in the sense of Alvarez, Bregman, and Tucker. With Altuve, good luck. That's why a lot of people are picking the Astros. I don't blame them. I don't think that this is going to be a short series is all I'm saying.
Hey, we get the Tigers here.
So it's a 1-1 count as he fouls a fastball back. And Mike, I appreciate you joining me here today. It's always much more fun when you actually get to work with someone or at least shoot the shit, not always have to do it by yourself.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I appreciate it. So now Bregman is staring in at a 1-1, and Nola's going to get set here to throw pitch number 18. So they say normally about 15 pitches per inning, but this is the World Series against good batters. I think you're going to be going up in that pitch count. You want these guys to go 7. So this is going to go right down like boom. It's a 1-2-3 here for Nola, just like it was for Verlander. So Phillies will be batting scoreless top of the second when we come back.
Yeah, he didn't quite get on top of that one. He got under it a little bit. And ball was kind of high going in the zone, so he just didn't get his bat under it.
So you said Astros in 6. Is there any other particular reason why you feel that way? Do you want to elaborate on it while we're in commercial break?
Just I'm feeling we're going to get at least 1 out of 2 at home, and I'm just and was it 2-2, 2-1? Is that the series? Is that the discussion?
I believe it's still going to go the same way it always used to, where it's the first 2 at Houston, the next 3 in Philly, and then 2 in Houston.
Yeah, okay. So let's just say if Houston picks up the first 2 in here, maybe loses one in Philadelphia, and they win it at home. That's kind of my thinking. So
I don't disagree with that. I think that's the way that it was going. Here was the interesting one for me is I know Nick and his friend Nolan. I know you know who Nick is. So he was sending me something about his line. So I think you had to bet 100 for the Philadelphia Phillies to win 300 if they won the World Series. And he goes, where should I go with this? And I was trying to give him reasons for both. But then I said, hey, that's not bad odds because I feel like this series will at least go 6. Again, I know this is one of those situations, people listening in on YouTube or following along on Twitter Spaces, I appreciate it. It's one of those situations where, all right, I know it's easy to say it depends on what happens in the first couple games, but I really do mean it in the sense of Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler are the Phillies' best pitchers by far. Once you go down that order, 3, 4, and 5, that's where the Astros really have the advantage. So it's very important right now. If the Phillies are going to win this series, they need to at least split in Houston and give themselves a chance. If they win 2 games, if they win both games in Houston, I still feel like the Astros will come back and win games on the road. But I think if the Phillies take the first 2 games, they can win the series in 7. Because no matter what happens, if the Astros go down by 2, they still have their next pitchers coming up, whether it's McCullers or Urquidy or those other guys like that can do the damage and save face. So it's really important that the Astros, I believe, take these 2 games if they want a chance, or at least split. I really feel that way, more so than any other series. Let's say if it was NBA Finals or Stanley Cup, that's how important Nola and Wheeler are. So they got to take advantage of it.
So here's a question: would you have started Nola first game of the series?
I think you have to because he's the best you got. I understand the regular season record there for Nola is 11-13, but his ERA is still 3.25, which is really damn good. He's got 235 strikeouts. So high ERAs are going to happen sometimes. You can't always do everything, but it is, again, what do you do in the postseason? That's what matters.
Oh yes. These players operate at a different level in the postseason too. So these guys are dialed in, and they're going to give it their best. I mean, watching Verlander right now, like we said earlier, this guy can get past 3 innings, he's locked in.
It's hard to believe, Michael, that he's 39 years of age and he's still doing this. He's still doing this. He's like this generation's.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot left in the tank too. He's not giving up.
I don't think so either. I think he's going to be around for a lot longer. I know you can make some comparisons between sports with Tom Brady and things like that. I think Verlander's probably got at least another 4 years where he's going to be in the top of his game. I really believe that.
Oh yeah. I hope to see it too. I hope he does.
He just blew Harper away with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Harper.
I love seeing this.
Harper was hitting 429 in the postseason. He's been the hottest hitter in the postseason by far, not just because there's 2 teams left, and he wasn't even close on that.
That's what I was telling you about Verlander location. He put that thing in the top right corner. Watch that. I mean, he just put it in the top right, and Scorer couldn't even touch it.
So here's a matchup that you and I can really keep our extra eyes on, and I got 4 eyes, so that might benefit me on this side of the sense of Castellanos and Verlander.
I got four going on right now, so don't worry about it. We're here.
Castellanos and Verlander, 2 ex-Tigers going at it. So it's a 1-0 count. Castellanos takes the first high.
He tried to drop one in off the top.
He's going to pop this one up here. We'll see who's going to take it. This is Yuli Gurriel at first base side. 2 up, 2 down here for Verlander. Official pitch count so far, Michael. 19 pitches.
That's good. Very good. Very good.
I'll now bring up Alec Bohm, the 25 years of age. Like I said, it's one of the Phillies' young pieces. 280, 13 bombs, 72 RBI. He's a good young piece. He's an improving piece steadily per year, and he's one of the guys that can supply some sneaky power. So the Phillies have a lot of those guys. I understand it's a bandbox ballpark, like we said, even with the Yankees in the previous series. But Citizens Bank and where we're playing right now in Minute Maid, as Mike and I are on the call right now for Game 1 in the World Series. There's a lot of home runs that can be hit here, but you got 2 of the best on the mound, and you're watching greatness here with number 35.
Verlander's being efficient right now, and he's locating his ball right now. It's going to spell trouble for the Phillies.
So one of these situations, Mike, and I agree with you in the sense of, do you think it's a fair comparison? And no, I didn't get a chance to watch this guy because I wasn't old enough. But Do you think Verlander's like this generation's Nolan Ryan, despite not throwing 200 pitches in an outing?
Well, there are some comparisons to be made. Nolan Ryan came from a different era where pitchers went 7, 8 innings a lot of times. Managers these days, they don't let their pitchers run that long. I mean, different era entirely. Longevity. I hope he goes to 45 and keeps producing. And at that point, okay, I'll make a few comparisons.
I think that's very fair. I think the one comparison that I can make in terms of Nolan and Verlander, in the sense of the velocity at that age, Verlander still dials up a 98, 99. When a lot of these guys, you get to that point, they can't do that anymore. Verlander's pretty special in that regard.
They start relying on changes and sliders. They try to do different stuff with the ball, location. They try to be more smart at pitches. And Verlander's still throwing fastballs, which is really good.
Yeah, and I think in the sense of we could say the same thing too. I know Scherzer's not around anymore because, again, we can talk about the Mets too. That was a flame-out disappointment.
Yeah.
But Scherzer's of the same breed as Verlander. We got a chance to see them in Detroit.
Oh, yeah. Man, they had a hell of a pitching lineup back in 2012, was it? I mean, they had some good pitchers there, man. That was their time to go through it there, and they just didn't make it.
So Verlander is going to make the play. He induces a weak ground ball to Gurriel. It's 6 up, 6 down for JV. We're going to go to the bottom of the second. Scoreless.
Very efficient. 20, under 30 pitches, 2 innings. Very nice.
So I guess right now here, Michael, if you give me one more inning here for Verlander, I might start to think that same narrative that he's going to be on one tonight.
Yeah, he is. So far he's looking good. Are the Phillies trying to do something too hard right now, not waiting for the pitches, or is Verlander just outsmarting them? Who's calling the game for Verlander right now?
So it's Martin Maldonado is their catcher up here. He's been there for a long time. He's been the part of all of those World Series. So he's a guy that calls a good game and has expert defense. The only thing Maldonado can't do very much of is hit, but catchers aren't really required to do that if they call a good game like he does.
They can call a good game and take care of some wild pitches and block that plate. He'll be okay.
Yep. So you guys will let me know what you think. Again, it's probably going to be Mike and I just on the Twitter Spaces side. I saw that you had the Clubhouse thing too. I tried a few times there. I might bounce around in between both. That ColorCast thing, I don't think they're ever going to do for iPhone because I think it's turning into like a sports betting app. So if you ever want to do games with me or screw around like this, it'll probably be Twitter Spaces or Clubhouse. So I wish it'll be fine. Because sometimes I have people bounce in and out of YouTube. I think the last game that I did was the Monday one on YouTube. I had like 300 viewers.
Oh, nice.
So
That's nice.
that was all right. I had like 10 or 15 in like the room at once, and I had like 300. But it comes and goes. Sometimes you never know what people are going to find. Because I get comments sometimes and say, "Hey, my game is blacked out. Thanks for." Doing this, and then I have some, clowns that will like show the game on the YouTube side. If I show the game on the TV, my camera and everything else, my account will be down in 2 seconds. So you can't show the live stuff on YouTube, but at least we can bring you the play-by-play and have fun.
Right. I'm just sitting here watching the game and talking to you right now on my TV. That's all I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
So I got a set of headphones on my phone. I'm just sitting here following along and chatting. It's easy. You are a little bit ahead. You're a little bit ahead with me on the play-by-play.
Okay.
So I'm paying attention to that and letting you lead the game a little bit. And I'm about 2 seconds behind you. So that's just due to the streaming issue.
Okay, I appreciate that because when I do games with Cooper and we're doing hockey games, it's kind of the same thing too. I'm always a couple seconds ahead. So we've done that so many times that we know how to get used to it. So I know I know you and I aren't going to be stepping on each other's toes because we just had to get used to it. So.
Yep. I'm letting you kind of call the game here, and I'll just kind of, when it's appropriate, I'll pipe in and, so.
So it's Aaron Nola right now against Kyle Tucker. He takes the first fastball way outside in the right corner. So for Tucker, his numbers in the postseason, again, 214, 1 bomb, 1 RBI. That doesn't sound like a lot, but 257 in the regular season with 30 home runs, 107 RBI, That is a lot. He's one of those guys that will be a free agent in upcoming years, and he does a little bit of everything. He's also the Astros leader in stolen bases, Kyle Tucker. He had 25. This is a team in between both, Michael, that do not run a lot. So
No.
they
What team runs a lot anymore?
that is a good question, because I was going to say this is more of the old Jim Leland philosophy. Get on and hit the 3-run home run. Kyle Tucker laces one down the right field line. It's gone. The Astros take the lead.
That's it. That's all he needs, one.
He was the one, and now you get to watch the choo-choo train of the Houston Astros go by. So
he got a hold of that one. Good job.
He definitely did, and it's down the same dimensions, probably not quite, but 359 it says. That would be out at Yankee Stadium, so that's out here too. That's that short right field line.
All right, let's see how Nola responds to this.
Michael, I just see a pitch that he just leaked out over the middle of the plate. Do you agree?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It kind of drifted off, and Tucker just laid into it. There was this. Yeah. I wonder if Nola kind of lost it a little bit. I mean, that thing was there.
Gurriel's going to jam one now in the center field line, and 2 back-to-back hits here for the Astros to start the bottom of the second. That was a strong at bat for Gurriel. He kind of just fisted one off.
He jammed it a little bit too. So, wow.
He did. He did. It certainly fisted him off to the top left corner, and he fought that off from the center field. You got to be some kind of strong to do that. So here's an interesting situation, Mike, in the sense of you bring up Trey Mancini now. He was the pickup from the Baltimore Orioles that surprised a lot at the beginning of the year. They will be good the next few years. Trey Mancini, over the next couple of years, he had to battle colon cancer. Now he's cancer-free. He's got tremendous power. He's got a chance to win his first World Series ring. And I'll be on the record and say this. For Houston and all the stuff that happened over the years with the cheating scandal and all that, we got it. And I do think in the sense of I understand this team is still great. I might not root for them as much openly. I'll just say it openly because I don't forget the stuff that happened. But for this guy to get his first ring and for Dusty Baker to get their first ring, I'd be very happy for the Astros side.
Oh, this is like Joe Johnson from the hockey last year, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
I agree. There's just certain guys that you have to.
Yeah.
There's certain guys that you root for there, so he would be one that I would. But for as far as Houston and their core, no.
Yeah. But you can't deny they're a good team, though.
No, it's one of those situations, and I think, was it Bob Costas on the TBS side when they were talking about it? He was talking about Brady and Deflategate, Spygate, the Houston Astros stuff that was going on, regardless of all of that. Yes, it happened. Yes, it happened with the Red Sox. I will not deny, Mike, I agree with you. They are an excellent team. And they got here because they have some tremendous players, and they can definitely play the game of baseball. You can't deny that.
No.
So Nola's 1-1. It was pretty much hung on a fastball, and Mancini was a little bit late on it. So, Mike, in the sense of how you wanted to see Nola respond, I know it's only the first couple batters here, but since giving up that home run, he's missed a couple pitches here, some mistake pitches.
Yeah. I mean, you got to run around right now, so you got to pay attention to that a little bit. Because take him out of the game a little bit. You got to pay attention. Not that I don't think Dusty's going to make him run, or they can try to make him steal, but it's there though.
Yeah, you definitely, and you just said that. You definitely see that with the throw over there now. That puts it in the mind and the imagination of Nola.
Yep.
So this will bring up an important piece, and after Mancini is done, and Chas McCormick, he's got some elite speed. No, he doesn't steal bases, but he can put bat the ball, and the hit and run can definitely be on. But we'll see what happens with Mancini.
It's too early in the game to steal, or is it not?
See, for me, I'd be one of those ones that'd be willing to run, but I go back to your point earlier. Who runs anymore? Besides Cleveland, who had a pretty good run in the postseason. They gave the Yankees a run for their money, I thought, and they'll be back. Cleveland was the only team that I really can remember doing that.
Right now and stuff, I don't think Nola's having a little hard time right now locating pitches. I think he's a little bit striked out a little bit.
And Trey Mancini just did him the favor of all favors there, Michael. He swung at a circle change that was not even close to the zone. That looks like me hitting the circle button too early.
Oh, God, yeah. So many times we've done that. Yeah.
That is just something you cannot do at this point in the game. I understand it's
No.
early, and I don't want to be crazy about it, but at least get the runner over. Do something.
Yes, that was, he was one-handing that out there, so that's bad. So, I mean, who are we to talk? But anyways.
No, I get that. It's hard to. You're gonna tell me what's it harder to hit? I think it'd be harder to hit an off-speed pitch that's darting out of the zone than a fastball.
Right.
So I would never be able to do this. So McCormick is on there now. Again, 245 in the regular season, 250 in the postseason now. He does have elite speed. So if you do put bat on ball here, could make something happen, but McCormick is known for his defense and center field that he's very, very good at. So 1-0 count for Chaz, and he just took a lollipop there, soft curve, right in the middle of the zone. So he's going to be patient and wait for his pitch, but I don't understand. That'd be a pitch you'd want to swing at, but it's a 1-1 count now. Or maybe you can say you're flat out frozen with the breaking ball. Who am I to say? So pitch number 30 here for Aaron Nola. So that'll be something to keep an eye on here as he's only through an inning in the third. 1-1 count here to Chaz. And we'll see what Nola's going to do here with JT Realmuto. Fastball busted him in, and he still fisted it off into the right field line. And now Gurriel going to race to third. So first and third now for the Houston Astros. That was a ball big time, and McCormick fought it off for a single, Michael.
That's amazing. Look at that. And he got out early enough on that to get that over. He got his hands in and got it out.
That's an excellent at bat, like he said. He was busted all the way inside, and just to be able to get that far inside and get that much of bat to ball, it almost seems like he hit the sweet spot of the bat, did he not? Almost up the nub.
Look at that, right there. Go out, watch it, man. That bat actually flexed when he hit it.
Yeah, that's crazy to see how much he got out of it. And that's, again, this is big time in the sense of, all right, Trey Mancini didn't do his job, but certainly McCormick did.
Wow.
So Martin Maldonado has got first and third. He's a catcher that hits 186, and he's got 116 strikeouts under his belt. So if there's a time with the meeting on the mound right now for Maldonado to not into a double play, this would be the time.
1 out, get a ball out to the outfield, get a run in. Let's do that.
I think that's exactly what you have to call there. That's the doctor's prescription here, because let's look at it. I know it's early in the game, Michael, here with bottom two and 1 out and 2 on, but if you give Verlander a couple runs here, you could be looking at a completely different ball game.
Yeah.
So Maldonado right now batting 214.
Let's see if that talk on the mound help Nola a little bit here. Get him settle down, get him back in his game, and see if he can get this guy out here.
Good fastball, top zone there. Maldonado's going to take it. He wanted to get an appeal just to make sure that was a strike, but that was definitely right in the box. So net strikeout advantage here for the Astros. They pretty much just tell you that these guys get a lot of. Those are all numbers in front of me. We can just tell you the Astros rely on the strikeout, and they're very good at it. This whole entire bullpen and staff and starting pitching can definitely light you up. So Nola, I will say this, for as good as he is, I think Maldonado is one guy that I don't care about being careful to. I think they need to go ahead and get this guy out. That would just be something I would say off the cuff. I know the numbers dictate that as well, but he's a guy that is prone to strikeouts, and if you let him walk, I think you're just doing the Astros a favor here, but it's still 1-1.
Yeah, Nola's got to be more confident in his pitches and locate right now. He's a little bit rattled right now. He got runners on first and third. He's got to pitch.
That was a good one there, Michael, with the circle change. You got Maldonado right out in front of it. If you can execute that again, you get him right back on track. That was a devastating off-speed pitch, and I'm thinking he's got to hone into that right now with runners on first and third and one out, or hell, he can even get a double play at this point. It doesn't really matter, but an out's an out, and that's what the Phillies need right now.
Yep.
So 1-2 count against Maldonado, and he was way out in front of the off-speed. He went even lower to see if Maldonado would chase. He obliged and fouled it off. So how many runs do you think, Michael, in the sense of Verlander's going to need to win this game? If they get a couple more, do you think that could spell danger here for the Phillies?
Well, let's give Verlander another inning. After that, he's going to settle in. I think Astros maybe might need 5 runs. That's my guess.
That's what we want to see right now in this game. Like I said, I threw that out there. I don't need to get too far ahead of myself either, but this is a big time at bat right now. Nola's got to get these outs.
Yeah.
So the one danger here for Rob Thompson's squad is Aaron Nola now is at 35 pitches. Again, I would flatly expect Nola, even if he's at that point, he'd be getting close to the hundo mark because it is the World Series. But you don't want to have your bullpen on call in the third inning here. He needs to figure this out.
Another thing too, they once the Astros once Nolan goes from the one time through this lineup, all of a sudden you got the number 1 guy coming in again. They've got to look at his pitches and stuff and see how he's looking and stuff. So that's a concern also.
Maldonado fights it through the second base line, and the Astros add another run. First and third again.
Wow, there we go. Astros are rolling. Philadelphia needs to come up with a solution here, and they need to get out of this inning and get something going in the next part of this inning. Get some runners on base and get it going. They gotta help Nola out here.
It could have been one of those situations, and I won't say this to be a jackass or anything, but if you had a shift on there, maybe you could have pulled a double play. It looks like you could have had something there, but he just hit it in a perfect spot where nobody was. He did hit it right on the ground, but it could have been tailor-made for a double play. But that's going to bring up Jose Altuve. I think he's going to want to atone for his sins in the previous at-bat, where he waved.
I think so too. Yep. Let's see what happens here. I tell you what, if Altuve gets ahead, gets more people in, Phillies manager needs to be thinking serious about Nola right now.
Yeah, and that's exactly the last thing they wanted at this point. I agree with you. Altuve, he's going to hit to the double play. And the Phillies got exactly what they needed right now. They dodged a huge bullet as Nola gets out of it with 2 runs.
Yep. Yeah, they did. Nola needed that one.
Color me surprised there, Michael. I thought Jose Altuve was going to do a little bit more than that, but maybe Maldonado in the previous at-bat, like I said, I thought that could have been a double play. Altuve went into one instead.
I think we should have been a little more patient on that and made Nola work a little bit. But hey, good job for getting that double play, getting him out of the inning, and get him relaxed and get him back out for the next inning. So we're up 2-0 right now. Verlander's got 2-0 lead. Let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And in the sense of, too, I agree with the last testament that you made there with Altuve. I think Aaron Nola's on the ropes. I think you don't swing unless – I mean, that was a good pitch to hit. He did hit it on the ground. So I'm not going to say anything with that side, but I think you do. You hone in on the exact pitch you want. If that was the pitch that Altuve wanted, then good. Swing at it, hit a double play, it happens. But if he would have dropped something else and maybe made another run there, we could be talking about a completely different narrative. And Nola did what he needed to do right there and limited the damage.
Yeah, I think Nola dodged a bullet there. I think he really did. That could have been a bad thing.
So that will flip. Next time the Astros come into the order will be Jeremy Pena, Alvarez, and Bregman. So it just does not get any easier when he does step back on the mound.
Not at all. Let's hit the Phillies. Phillies are when they bring out their batters. They need to get the Verlander. They need to get to him now.
Yeah, you have 7, 8, 9 with Bryson Stott, Gene Segura, and Brandon Marsh. I know we're in the middle of a break right now, but that's what you have. You have the bottom of the order. They have a decent average here, but I do think at this point, again, it's early, but considering the Astros just got a couple runs, I think you go ahead and if you're the Phillies, get to Verlander now before he settles in. That's just my guess. So I've done a little bit of homework there yesterday in the sense of trying to get podcasts to more platforms, and I talked with a guy on the Colorcast side that said he needed some help making like an NHL, like a radio show on Tuesdays or something like that. So he said I'd have to join it on the Fireside app, and I was like, "What's that one?" And he goes, it's a podcast thing that's funded by Mark Cuban, like a different Shark Tank and the Dallas Mavericks and all that. He got quite a bit of money in that, and apparently Fireside would be like, Teddy Roosevelt Fireside radio chats. It's like a high quality podcast type thing. So I had to put myself in on a waiting list. You can't even just get into it. So if I even get into it, then I can start making some content on that where I can get like more viewers and stuff. Because obviously I want to get more eyes and ears and eyeballs on things, and we'll see what ends up happening. And we'll see if that'll be fun. So right now in our game, Verlander is gifted a 2-0 lead right now as we're in the top of the third, and it really does feel like, Michael, it's a fast-moving game so far. I appreciate that. Both these pitchers are not taking too long to throw because sometimes that can be a pet peeve of mine. Verlander's at 26 pitches right now against the bottom of the Phillies order.
That second pitch was out. Wow.
So another heater, Bryson Stott, and apparently from your last pitch that you said, because I saw that too, and he swung at this next one because the other one was called a strike. So Verlander, through his first 2 innings, he's done well. He's retired the first 6 batters. They're showing the stats there between Seattle and New York where he gave up 5 runs, and the first 2 times he went out for game 1. But this is different. This is the World Series now. So 1-2. Perfect fastball, but Stott did a good job of just fouling that one off in the bottom left corner. We're going to do it again. So, Mike, you're about to see on your screen Justin Verlander's stats. Anything will stand out to you on any of those box? He's done it all.
I did. I walked right. Yep, he is. I mean, I can't believe this guy's come. How many Tommy Johns he's had already?
2.
I mean, 2. How does somebody have 2 Tommy Johns and still perform at this level?
He's had 2 of those, and he had a core muscle surgery thing. And I know from insider information that I can say now from the former beat writer at the Oakland Press, he was injured a lot of the time during that time with the Tigers. People were getting frustrated. They didn't realize as he blows away, Stott with the fastball, he didn't realize that Verlander was just beat up, and he didn't talk about it. But now that Verlander's healthy and he's gone through all this stuff, you see his velocity and all that's back, and he looks like the same old must-see JV.
Yeah, look at my God, this guy's amazing. This could get ugly. This could get really ugly if the Phillies don't start, waiting for the pitches. I mean, they're not just flailing at this guy. You get Justin Verlander settled in, this could be a long night.
You remember those old commercials, Michael, with the Staples button and the easy button, the big red button? That's what it feels like Verlander's hitting right now.
Right.
He made Segura look silly on the fastball, and now we'll see what he does with this one. He's going to pop this one up to the first baseline, and Segura is quickly down 0-2 now with Gene Segura. Good hitter, 277, 10 home runs, 33 RBI, 25 walks. He's a good contact hitter, and he's one of those guys that hasn't made an error in quite a while, so he's got excellent defense. Normally, he'd be a leadoff hitter, I would think, for his type of abilities, but he's down 0-2 right now to JV. That was a nasty curveball, and Bregman's going to throw this over to Gurriel. He's going to get the out. That one just dropped there, Michael.
Curveball is amazing what these guys do these balls, man.
Verlander looks to be settled in here. If he can get to those 3, and that's what Mike and I talked about, then you might want to change the narrative. Again, 2 runs. Maybe it could have been 3 for Houston. You can talk about the woulda, shoulda, coulda. Right now, you see on the scoreboard, it's 2-0 Houston. And if Verlander gets through 3 here, you get to the old settling down point. Because usually Verlander does not get rocked once he gets settled. He can get rocked within the first few innings. But once he settles in, you better look out.
He's keeping that pitch count low, too. He's being efficient.
So he served a fastball there, but the Phillies have not been ready for it. Bregman's going to race down the left field line, and that one's going to go foul. So Brandon Marsh and his long playoff beard is going to stay alive. 0-1 is the count. He looks more like a hockey player. He looks like Brett Burns.
Gotta love hockey.
Yes, I do. We love all sports this time of year. October keeps everything live. Mike and I are following along and chatting about the World Series right now because we just want to watch Justin Verlander pitch, and who doesn't?
That's one hell of a beer, too, man.
Definitely is. Yet another high heater there for Verlander, and that one is fouled off again in the same spot. So Brandon Marsh, just like much of these other batters here, Michael, they're facing 0-2 counts. So
Verlander's placing his pitches.
He definitely is. The velocity's there, the placement's there. The Phillies fans are trying to get to their feet right now. The road ones that are there. It's been a good dispersity of the crowd. That is a gorgeous curveball, and Marsh is going to go grab some pine.
That's vintage Justin.
That looks like the Justin Verlander that we saw a lot in Detroit, Mike, in the sense of winning Cy Youngs and an MVP. That was dotted.
That's just nasty. That's just freaking nasty. What do you do with that, right?
I think that was one of those pitches that always was my favorite there for Justin. Everybody talks about the fastball that used to hit the 100-mile-an-hour mark. It's still about 97, 98 now. But that 12.6 is the separator for me.
Yeah, you set him up with those fastballs, and all of a sudden you come back with that on him, and it just locks him. Don't like being a homer for Verlander, but you got to appreciate what this guy does and what he's come back from, what he's dealt with, and he's a Cy Young contender this year. I mean, this is a good chance for him. He's a lock for the Hall of Fame. There's no doubt about it.
So here's the discussion that we can have: is if Verlander gets another World Series, I know this is a hypothetical, but let's say he wins a second in Houston, does he retire an Astro?
Man, that's a good question. I mean, I guess it really depends where his heart is. What is he remembered as? I mean, he had his no hitters with Detroit. He did what he could with them. He's got his series rings with Houston. What do you do with that? I mean, he's it's up to Justin. I can't make a prediction on that. I cannot make a prediction on that. Well, so what do you think about him? The rumors last year about him coming back to the Tigers in 2023. I mean, does that mean he wants to come back to Detroit to finish out his career because that's where he started? I mean, but why would you come back to a team that may not go very far? He just wants to do a one-year deal and wrap it up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Justin has nothing to prove anymore, right? He really doesn't.
This is a conversation that I'm going to make sure that I remember what you just said, and we're going to pick up when we get another commercial and stuff too, because I think in the sense of Verlander, you can make the argument either way, and I'm not going to. None of us are going to sit here and complain either way. You win 2 World Series in one place, you want to retire there. Hey, that's your prerogative. Right. But we also know what Verlander said about Detroit. He said, "I effing love Detroit." That's like where his heart is. And the one thing I will say with whether or not he wants to come back here, I think he might want to dial that back because Detroit's not anywhere close to competing. So you only do that when you're like 45 and you got nothing left in the tank.
Right. I mean, when I read the articles in the past of Verlander, Scherzer, and Price, they all regretted they had the pitching in those years to take them, and they regretted not getting that series for Illich. I mean, they really did. They had the pitching, they had it down. Were they too young? maybe. I mean, it didn't work out for them, but they had the pitching to win that series back then.
They definitely did, and I remember those comments. And you can throw in Rick Porcello and Anibal Sanchez as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you could look at it on paper. It's one of those situations. I know it's a different sport. It's a 1-1 count here for Pena against Nola. Basketball, better teams can probably win. Baseball and hockey doesn't always work out that way.
No.
Pena's going to show bunt. Yes. We'll see right now if Nola will bounce back here. Pena just showed bunt. It's 1-2. And we'll see if Nola can settle down here in the third. I'm not going to say Nola's pitched poorly. I know Michael wouldn't either.
No.
But in the same line of, you really can't give up too many more runs. That's the unfortunate reality that Philadelphia finds themselves in.
Yeah. Nola needs a good inning here to get in and out and get set for next inning.
And he's got the meat of the order that he's got to do it against Pena, Alvarez, and Bregman. So Jeremy Pena will follow that one down the third base line. We're going to do this again. He just got a little bit out ahead of his sinker there. So you look at the pennants that the Houston Astros have. I think the Texas Rangers might regret, Nolan Ryan was their GM. They got to the World Series not too long ago. And now Nolan Ryan jumped ship and went to Houston. So Houston's turned into a really good franchise. And Pena is going to shoot that down the right field line. This is going to at least be a double. Castellanos got to play it off a hop. And Jeremy Pena, who needs Carlos Correa, double to lead off the third.
Yeah. Man, it was almost like he was waiting on that pitch.
Certainly felt like it, didn't it, Mike? In the sense of he was ready for that, and that was a perfect swing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Houston fans are loving this right now, aren't they?
I think you have to, because now it's Alvarez, Bregman, and Tucker. I mean, for as much as you can say about Houston, and you and I agree, you're not going to hate on this team because you understand the greatness, even though the other things, this lineup is gross. I mean, there really is no other way to say it. So Alvarez can definitely put a dent into the Philly hopes here early, and he swings big, and he's going to do his job, though. He's going to sacrifice the runner, and he's called safe. So I'm going to take another look at this myself. The Phillies might want to look at it. I haven't got a chance to do the secondary replay. I know Michael's just seeing it now. I'm a little bit ahead. They're saying put the headset on. Philadelphia is.
Whoa, wow. Yeah, they're going to look at this one just for a second. Yeah, they're going to look at this, aren't they? Let's see what the slow-mo replay looks like. It was close.
So on this side, Michael, I got the replay in front of me. It does look like he did not beat the throw. It was about a half a foot.
Yeah. Yep. He's out.
So they should overturn this call, and this should not be a difficult one to overturn.
No. Now, good challenge by Philadelphia.
See, at least the one thing I can make this sport comparison, whether people laugh at this or not. If you mess up a challenge in the NHL, you get a penalty in the goal stands. If you mess up a challenge in baseball, that just means you lose the challenge. So you really have nothing to lose, but it was the right call here and the correct call, so this should be overturned. So it should be a man on third with one out here for Houston.
Still, you get the sacrifice.
Yeah, Alvarez did his job. No doubt about that. You cannot overstate, again, early in the contest, and I know I've hit the repeat button on that a couple times, but as Nola's getting close to pitch numero 45 here, you cannot overstate what an extra run will mean for Houston. So it was one of those situations I said in the open of this contest that for Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler, Game 1 and Game 2 were important. Houston knows that as well. That's why they've jumped on Nola early, and they're taking the lead. So Alex Bregman, 323 in the postseason with 2 bombs and 7 RBI. We went over his numbers with 23 bombs and 93 RBI simply. So in the sense of Bregman here, all you got to do is hit a fly ball, and you can make this a 3-0 contest and put Philadelphia in a huge, huge hole.
And especially with Verlander at the third innings, you might get locked in and call it done.
Yeah, there really is no way to say it right now. I mean, you want to see some intrigue sometimes in these World Series or Stanley Cup Finals or NBA Finals. We're watching the World Series tonight here. I'm with John out play-by-play, joined by Mike Sport out doing color, and we're just watching the game and having fun with it. And it's one of these situations sometimes, Michael, you might find that even though it's an intriguing game, sometimes you do find blowouts. And Nolan needs to do the best he can. Again, if he gives up one run, it is what it is, but he needs to keep it at 3-0 if it goes to 3-0.
He's got to get that ball over the plate right now. He's got to get his defense a chance to help him out.
So big time pitch for Nola. He's already down 2-0 in the count. Bregman can wait for his pitch. It's pretty good that Bregman took that one. He wasn't overzealous. Not much you could do with that curveball high and tight. So now it's 2-1. You mentioned something to me earlier, and you were correct on it, where I thought Philadelphia might have been a little bit too antsy. It looks like right now, Alex Bregman on the Houston side, he looks locked in for what he wants.
Alex Bregman, I think, is a good, smart hitter. He's going to wait for it.
Aaron Nola knows that, and so he's going to step off the mound and regather.
Yeah. He's got a third guy on third base too. He's got to worry about too here. So
pitch almost hit him inside, but it's a 3-1 now as he jammed Bregman with the fastball. Kyle Tucker would be next. 3-1 count against Bregman. Yeah, that one was close, wasn't it, Michael?
Yeah.
Big 3-1 pitch.
He's got to get that ball to the plate. Yeah.
And he did not get the call. That one was closer, but it's first and third now. Last time Altuve was in this situation, he hit into a double play. So that's what Nola needs right now, is that's going to bring up Kyle Tucker. And again, he gets a chance to do some damage.
See if Kyle Tucker takes a little patience at the plate and see what he can do with it.
It's one of those situations, and I know it's simple to say, but I think it's the time to say it, Michael. He doesn't need to do too much here.
No. One out, get the runner in. Let's play a little bit of small ball here. You ain't got to hit it out of the park now.
Nope, the station-to-station game is important. You already got the lead. You got Verlander on the mound. I think Astros should feel pretty good. So just execute simply here. Tucker's already 1 for 1. He's already driven in a run. We'll see if he can do it again. Nola's about to throw pitch number 49. Fights that one off. It would have been a strike anyway. It's an 0-1 count against Kyle Tucker. So you get a chance to look in the second inning. Kyle Tucker, he was the one that made the house call that gave the Astros the lead down the right field line. He might not be thinking about the home run again here, Mike, but it's certainly possible if Aaron Nola makes a mistake.
Yeah, if he does another one, he'll jump on it. But let's see how smart Mark Tucker plays here. Let's see what his strategy is if they have bat.
So here's one. Nola did not get the call against Bregman before, and now he definitely got a call on a pitch inside. So we'll see what happens now if this changes Tucker's philosophy and he chokes up on that at bat. That was a definite missed call.
Yes, it was. What do you think about the robo pitch or the robo zone?
That is something that they're testing in AAA right now, and as many missed calls that I see, I'm starting to think that might be a possibility. What about you?
Do you allow? I like the fact that if a pitcher is really trying to keep close to the corner, that the ump gives him a little more, but some umps just aren't really following that. I guess they're allowing too much leeway.
You don't want
There's good and bad to all of this, right? I mean, you appreciate it when a pitcher is really locating his pitches and he's keeping the batters off bounds, and the ump will give him a little bit here and there, but to say, okay, this square is it for you and that's it? Is that a pitcher advantage or not? Or a catcher or a batter advantage? What's your opinion?
I absolutely agree with you in the sense of you need to have a little bit of leeway for both. That makes baseball great in the sense of the give and take. You just don't want the Angel Hernandez situation. You can't be calling stuff
Yes,
7, 8
yes.
feet offside or up and down. So that's where it becomes a
How many times
problem.
have you seen that this year with him?
So many, too many times.
Yes, yes. I mean,
Breaks his bat, still serves it into left field, but it's foul. We'll do this again. That was a heart attack waiting to happen there for the Phillies.
Kyle Tucker ain't that big of a dude.
No, and he got a lot of that baseball, did he not?
Wow. Yes, he did. If that bat didn't break, who knows? Who knows? Look at that.
That was a good old-fashioned slow-motion split, folks. And Tucker gets a new piece of lumber, and Aaron Nola, wow, that thing was pretty close to whizzing across his face.
That's it. Yeah, you gotta love playoff baseball, though. There's some good excitement going on here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
this was the
my God.
You just saw that too.
It just came over his head. Oh, my God.
You did not. His heart did not skip a beat here, but Nola's got to lock in. It's 2-2, and Tucker.
Yes, it is.
It's full count right now with a chance for the bases loaded and 1 out. Nola's going to take an extra beat, grab the rosin bag. We see Yuri Gurriel on deck. Big moment right now early in this contest.
This is it.
John on here on play-by-play, joined with Michael Swartout. I appreciate it here tonight as we follow along Game 1 of the World Series. This could be it right now early in this contest. We'll see what Nola can do against Tucker. Pitch number 55 on its way. Tucker slams one again. It's gone. Kyle Tucker with another one. And he scored 4 runs in this game. Make it 5-0. Wow.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Kyle Tucker's got 2 home runs? What did I tell you? Over 6.
You're correct. you're correct, and Kyle Tucker might single-handedly be the reason why.
He's going. He's MVP.
Absolutely, Michael. I would mark that down right now. He keeps this going and the Astros win. You will remember this Game 1 performance. We have a long way to go in the game. Make no mistake about it.
No doubt.
But now you've given Verlander a 5-run lead. And that's where the danger comes in. Because you're at this point, and I'll say this, Mike, Verlander's not giving up 5 runs tonight. I'm going to say it right now.
No. They'll probably let Nola pitch this inning, and I don't think he's coming back for the next inning. What do you think?
You know what? And normally in situations, I would say you have to. But at this point, if you're writing off this game here, Mike, I think you do. I think he pitches the 3rd. I think he's done. Because they're going to want it. You know what? You could throw this one out the window here for Nola. I'll just be honest. You want to have him ready for Game 4 or whatever else is next.
Yeah.
Because he's one of your forces.
This guy's not putting in the zone right now. He's down 2-0 on 2-0 on his account right now. He's not even getting over the plate.
Yeah, I know you said it before there with Kyle Tucker on the first bomb being a little bit frazzled. How do you think he feels now?
You know, you're down 5-0. You know, get it over the plate. I mean, he's having a hard time with that. And I'm sure he's got a little mental thing going on right now. He's been rocked for 5 runs, so he's having some issues up there on the plate right now. He's got to settle in, and he's got to get something good out of this. So
inconceivably, through 2 1/3, Aaron Nola is about to throw his 60th pitch, and he's given up 5 runs. Here's the 2-2. Gurriel will serve it. Tough play for Segura, but a good job knocking it down. Gets Gurriel. Now it's 2 outs against the Astros. That's going to bring up Trey Mancini.
Bottom of the 3rd.
Yes, it is. And I agree with you, Mike, in the sense of I think this is Nola's, and now they're showing it to your credit. You said this throughout the whole broadcast. They're showing Nola missing way outside, and then when he does get in the zone, he throws it in the fat part to the wrong guy, and courtesy of Kyle Tucker, and he's already driven in 4 runs. Sometimes
I think
it's
Kyle Tucker might be willing to send Nola a couple of Christmas cards this year.
he's gonna get a massive payday courtesy of Aaron Nola. Well, make no mistake about it. As the first Astro with a multi-home run game, hard to believe that.
Right.
Kyle Tucker is an incredible player. Mike and I won't tell you otherwise. But I do agree with you in the sense of he's thrown some bad pitches to an exceptional player. And you said this before too, and I want to make this note. You remember the one he just before that when he sawed his bat in half and almost killed it? Yeah. And then you threw it in the same spot and the bat didn't break and it was gone. So.
Yeah. Don't throw Kyle Tucker inside.
That's certainly what he's showing you right now. I think he hit the nail on the head there.
Right.
Dusty Baker's looking on, and I feel like he's got to feel pretty good. He wants to get a World Series under his belt. I don't believe Dusty's had one as a manager right now, though he's been around the World Series several times.
Yeah.
Mancini, this is going to go right to stop, and the Phillies get out of it, but not before Kyle Tucker makes another house call. This one is a 3-run shot. He's driven in 4. The Astros have a 5-0 lead after 3 innings. Come right back. Wow. I did not expect that, Mike. In the sense of, again, I appreciate you following along. If you got stuff to do and all that, don't hesitate if you got to jump out of here because I know it might turn into a laugher. But I'm having fun regardless.
I can't believe Kyle Tucker had 2 home runs. That's incredible. I mean, you know, that's a good batter up there. Nola was not placing his pitches, and he threw a couple of meatballs to Tucker. And first one he broke his bat on, and the next one he put it out. I mean, Tucker's been dialed in. I mean, let's get some confidence right now. Tucker knows his pitch, and this could be a long series.
I know we both said this in the open, and I feel like there's going to be some games. You picked the over.
Yeah.
That there could be 7-6 games and things like that. This might be one of those 7-8-0 varieties. Who knows?
Yeah.
But the Astros will win these type of games. But if you're the Phillies, I know you're not thinking about tomorrow already, but Mike and I can contemplate this. If you're the Phillies, you have to do your best to shut your mind off with this contest and go out there on Saturday and even this series. You have to. If you lose the first 2 games in Houston, I don't think you beat the Astros in 4 out of 6.
No, you don't. Philadelphia needs to get to the plate and get something off of Verlander. They really get some play discipline going here and get something going. I don't care if it's a walk, single. They need to get to Justin soon, really soon. He's going to settle in. He's not going to give you anything because right now they've already gone through the lineup and Justin's going to know. Not trying to be a homer here, but Philadelphia needs to come up there and have some good at-bats and give himself a chance here to get back in the game. Hey, we're only 3rd inning here, so game is not over. But, you know, you got to go take some smart at-bats here. Wait for your pitch and work on it.
So to your point, when you think about, I know this was a long time ago, you remember what happened to the Toronto Blue Jays in their series against the Seattle Mariners?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that was something that was completely unexpected. The only problem now, to what Mike is saying, but I agree with him, it's Justin Verlander on the mound.
Yeah.
You're
not going to get many chances at this point. I mean, if this guy keeps dialed in, Justin is locating his pitches, like I said at the beginning of the game, and if he keeps his game plan, Philadelphia's in some trouble, but wait for your pitch, you know, and it can change the game. Like I said, it's only 3rd inning here, so we're a long way from the end of the game here, so let's not count them out yet.
So how does this inflated box score sound to you if you're the Houston Astros? 5 runs on 6 hits, and we're just in the top of the 4th.
Yes, that's what I mean. Hey, it's a good start. It's a lot to overcome. You got to come up and take it one bat at a time. Though, if you're the Philadelphia Phillies, you got to just focus in on that, ignore the score.
I could not agree with you more here. So we're going to check in. Verlander did not get the call on the first pitch, and then he went up higher in the zone, and Schwarber obliged, and that one was just at 94. I understand it's just a regular fastball nowadays, but it looks to me early here for Verlander that these Phillies hitters are not ready for the fastball. They've swung late an awful lot. And then
last pitch was way out of the zone. He went after it.
And then he just drops an immaculate 12-6 curve, and all you can do is watch. What do you even do with that one?
Yes, nothing. Nothing. You stand there and just take it. That's what you do.
1-2 with the circle change, fouled off there by Schwarber. That one got a little bit more of the plate, and we'll do this one again. That curveball that you just saw there, Michael, again, that was an absolute thing of beauty. We've seen him drop it in that same spot on that right corner and freeze hitters because there's just nothing you can do with that.
No. It's a pop-up at best.
So pitch number 41 here for Verlander. He's gone through 9 up and 9 down right now. No walks, not a lot of hit. Hopefully that's not an announcer's jinx, but here's to say that Verlander has been in the zone right now early. He shakes off Maldonado once and gets ready for the pitch. Did not get the call on the inside. That one was a little bit inside. Schwarber's going to like that. That was a good take by Kyle Schwarber. That's exactly what the Phillies need to do, to Michael's point, when we're coming into this inning. They got to be patient there, find their pitches, and they cannot rush. They know they're down 5, but they've got to treat this like a 0-0 game and start chipping away.
Yep, stretch the game out, make it longer, make the game long again.
Fastball. Right to McCormick here, and Verlander gets the first out of the 4th.
Yeah, Verlander hasn't given up hitting it, has he?
No, he's 10 up, 10 down right now. He's looking like a beast. That was the moniker that we used to use in Detroit, must-see JV. Instead of must-see TV, it was must-see JV, and he's looking like that right now. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the age says for the 39-year-old. He is doing everything that he's used to doing. And that's a perfect fastball in the top left corner. They're interviewing Dusty Baker right now, so we'll try to make sure that we get you some, let you know what Verlander's doing out there right now, because normally I would be doing a little more talking, but I think Verlander's locked in a little bit, so we're kind of just watching Verlander. And this one's going to get served. Hoskins gets the Phillies their first base hit of the contest.
There we go.
That was the first time, Mike, that it looked like the Phillies batters and Hoskins was ready for the fastball, and he just served it right back where it came from.
Yeah, he was ready for it on top of it. He was.
Pitch number 45 will be ready for Verlander, but what's going to be awaiting him is JT Realmuto. So here's an interesting stat here for you for JT. 276, 22 bombs, 84 RBI. He's the catcher, but he's got 21 stolen bases. That led all of the Phillies. So he's a catcher that actually is fleet of foot as he takes a lollipop curveball, but he watched that one go by at 79. It's 0-1 now against JT with a man on first. This is a chance for the Phillies. Again, Verlander's pretty poised when it comes to runners on base, but where you can bite Verlander is the home run ball. He does give up some bombs. So, Realmuto. And that was another pitch in the same spot with a little more velocity. And Realmuto just watches it go by. 0-2 now against JT. Phillies so far look like they want no part of that curveball.
They just don't know what to do with it. What do you do with that crap coming in high and dropping in on you? What do you do with it?
Oh, it bounces to Verlander off his glove. They do get the first out.
Okay.
I thought maybe that could have got past him on the mound, but he got his glove up there in time to knock it down, and that's going to bring up last year's MVP, Bryce Harper.
Oh. Not too bad for a 39-year-old anyway. So good process to get to first base, get the out.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of pitchers in that same spot, Mike, have we not? That don't remain poised and make a wild throw.
Yeah.
So for Bryce, again, 286 this year, 18 bombs, 65 RBI. The only numbers only sound down because he's spent most of the year injured. Because in the postseason, this guy's hitting 409. So Bryce is kind of rounding into form. This is a big time at right now, power versus power between Harper and Verlander. So this should be fun to watch.
This should be good. Harper's seen his pitches, so see what he does with them.
Fastball way out of the zone, and Harper obliges to go after it. He's going to bail out Verlander here, as now it's 0-1.
Yeah.
That's the exact thing that we talked about earlier. You can't go hunting for home runs if you're the Phillies right now.
No.
Oh, that was a sweet swing by Harper, and he rifles it into right field. And this is going to have stop, hold at third. So it's first and third now here for the Phillies. That's exactly what they needed, as Bryce Harper gives Philadelphia some life if they can cash in on it now.
Good job by the outfield to bring it into the catcher and keep that runner there.
So Bryce, I mean, that's a swing where I see him. He looks pretty locked in, and the 409 average can tell you why in the postseason, because he served it right back where it was supposed to be. But again, Michael, I know we're going to hit this repeat button a couple times, and I'll do it now. It's Castellanos with runners on base against JV. So let's watch this one.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be good.
Two Detroit boys here commenting on the World Series side of it. John out here in play-by-play, joined my partner in crime, Mike Swartout. Castellanos swings out of his shoes on the fastball, and he follows it way wide, and we'll do this again. So Castellanos' postseason numbers are down, 214, but he does have 6 runs batted in. Verlander and Castellanos have known each other a long time here in Detroit. Castellanos was one of those guys in Detroit that was accused of not hitting for much power, but again, that was Comerica Park. He was a routine 300 hitter. We know what Castellanos can be. This is a big-time opportunity for Nicholas here.
Yeah, this is a good matchup to watch here. Let's see what Justin can do with them. And see what Castellanos can receive in return, and see if he can do something with what Justin can put out. Let's see what happens here.
He looked to be a little more on time with that fastball there from Verlander. A little bit out front. It's 0-2 now, but the one thing that's apropos about Castellanos this year is that he can strike out a little bit. He struck out 130 times.
Yeah.
So this could be something here with Verlander if they give him that same kind of curveball that he's been featuring.
12-6 coming in.
I think 12-6 is my call here. And Castellanos, did he not go? He looked like he wanted to there. He stays alive. That was a little hesitant there from Castellanos, if that is the right word to use. It's 1-2 now.
Oh.
He looked jumpy on that one.
Yeah, he did. He almost wanted it.
1-2 now against Nick. He's going to serve this one down the left-hand line. That's going to score the Astros a run, and that was a ball that he went and picked up from his shoe tops, looking like Vlad Guerrero Sr. It's first and second now with 2 outs. And the Phillies get on the board.
Nice. There you go. That's what the Phillies need. They get a runner board here and get some momentum going here. This is good. Let's make this a game.
That was a pitch, Mike, in the sense of, again, I use that comparison because that's what it looked like. He looked fooled on the previous pitch. He was probably fooled on that one too, but still, I mean, he hung with it from his shoes to get a base hit. That's pretty incredible. Boom! This is down the left field line 2 off the curve. Here come the Phillies and Bryce Harper scoring a run. We'll see if they wave another. That scores 2. Alec Bohm with a double. They've got 3 on Verlander, and the Phillies are not going away.
I told you, over 6.
color me a little surprised. I did say that I think Verlander might settle in after 3.
Yeah, man, I guess we were wrong on that, man. We totally blew the call on that one. 5-3, this is a game. This is a game.
Yeah, it was one of those ones where I said I did pull the call because I thought maybe he could get up a home run. He's just giving up some pitches right now in Verlander that are hitting too much of the plate.
All right.
You can say with the Castellanos hit, I think we would agree, probably a little fortunate, but it was a good job by Castellanos to make contact. But that last pitch from Bohm, that caught too much of the plate. And Stott takes the ball.
Hey, good job by the Phillies of taking advantage of this, and that was a good last at bat right there. I mean.
And what do you think is going on in Verlander's mind right now? He's got 2 outs, man on second.
Concentrate. You got 2 outs. Focus on the guy on the play right now. Get out of the inning here, and let's turn the tables here. Let's get our batters going here.
That was a pitch right now that Bryson Stott could have smoked. That was a fastball down the middle, and Stott was late. 1-1 now.
97 miles an hour.
A little more gray in Justin's beard nowadays, as it's 1-1.
He's a little more grayer. Yeah, I see it.
It gets the friendly call on the bottom right corner against Stott. 1-2 now. Big time pitch upcoming here for Justin. His first 9 were 3 up, 3 down. Since then, he's given up hits in 4 out of 6 at bats and 3 runs. Second time through the order.
I think we jinxed him about the no-hitter going.
I think we did so too. It seems like it's completely changed. Verlander, fastball even farther out. That one at 97. Stott doesn't bite. It's 2-2 now. All of a sudden, this game is a little more intrigued. The Astros led by as much as 5-0. Phillies have got 3 runs in this top of the 4th and made this a ball game. And if you've taken the over, folks, you've won. It was at 6.5. We're already at the over.
Yeah, we blew that over.
And he stays alive, did Verlander. Stott, I thought Verlander might have struck him out, but Stott just got a piece of that fastball high up and out of the zone.
2 outs, and here we go.
So Verlander now, all of a sudden, when we said he was cruising, he's about to throw pitch number 60. Again, for Verlander, you would think he's safe right now, even if it's just 3 or less, that he's going to throw at least 100 in this game. I'd put that as a certified lock, in the sense that he's going to get to 6. But it's important right now that he keeps this at the same level. And how do you think Aaron Nola feels now? We can talk about that in a moment.
Yeah, does that give him some encouragement? I mean, is he ready to come back out for the bottom of the 4th? Is they going to put him out there, or is he going to change the pitchers up right now? Because right now we're 5-3. Can Nola lock in and help out his team?
I think depending on what happens with this right now, I think even if you go through it, I see what Nola's got in the bottom of the 4th, and if he's proven he doesn't have anything, then I make the call.
Okay.
Verlander fastball down the middle again, and Stott a little late fouls that one off. 2-2 count remains.
He's keeping an eye on Verlander. He's taking some pitches here. It's making Verlander work for it.
To your point, you see the graphic on the screen. We're following along on Fox in the World Series. John out here with you on play-by-play, driven by Mike Swart out on color. 25 pitches for Verlander here in this 4th.
Yeah. He struggled this inning and stuff. Castellanos with that nice, shoelace hit off. I mean, he started something there, and I think maybe it's spooked on Verlander a little bit here. Next pitcher, Verlander left one over the zone, and the guy nailed it.
And this pitch, smoked Stott right in the foot. He got a piece of it, and then the ball came back and bit him right in the left foot. That one had to hurt a little bit. So they're going to let Bryson Stott move around a little bit and settle in. That did not feel good there, Michael.
No, it did not.
You don't get a lot of padding down there.
That. Right on the instep. Right there.
Pitch number 62 here for JV.
Yep.
Bryson Stott's had an excellent at-bat no matter what happens right now, but he's got a runner at second.
He's battling, so.
Good block by Martin Maldonado. Keeps the runner at second right now, and all of a sudden now it's a full count. Bryson Stott, to his credit, again, he's battled throughout this at-bat. And if they do get another bat, that'll bring up Gene Segura, who's a really good contact hitter, probably one of the best Phillies contact hitters. Will be due up next. Pitch number 9 here for Bryson.
I love these pitcher batter battles and stuff, these long ones. These are fun to watch.
Great at bat by Bryson Stott as he draws the walk. And the rookie draws the walk against the wily old Hall of Fame veteran there. And now Dusty Baker is going to have some thoughts on his mind.
Justin lost that one.
He certainly did. He lost that last pitch, but again, we get full marks to Bryson Stott. He fought off Verlander quite well, and then he drew the walk as Verlander missed that last fastball up high.
Now, this is good for Philadelphia to get them back in the game, though. I mean, they got some hope here. So this is good for them. Good for these batters coming up.
So I'm going to make this point to you right down then, Mike, because we talked about it. We know what Philadelphia had to treat it like, being a 0-0 game and work away. But when it's 5-0, and we said the things that we said, and I agree, in practice, did you actually think it was going to happen?
No.
Me either.
I did not think this at all. I thought Justin was getting dialed in. I think maybe Philadelphia maybe came in, like I said, I think the Castellano sip started it right there. That was the key right there. And then Justin maybe got a little bit flustered. So.
Talking about it, that Castellano sip, like you said, that was right at his shoe tops that was served on the left field line. And definitely, you can call that as a catalyst and a turning point right now. That's kept this inning alive, and all of a sudden, maybe Verlander isn't as sharp. We can give that to you, but the Philadelphia bats have gotten sharper. We can definitely say that. Fastball down the middle.
I'm sure Justin wasn't expecting to Nick go for that pitch too. So I mean, did Justin miss the pitch and Castellanos got lucky? Well, we'll see.
We'll see what happens with that, but I agree with you. Certainly, Justin couldn't expect somebody to hit it off their shoe tops, but that was a hell of a job there by Castellanos to make something out of nothing. Segura is going to fight this one off. I think Altuve is going to call everybody off. Philadelphia makes this a contest. It's going to be the Astros bats now on the bottom of the fourth. It's now all of a sudden 5-3.
All right, let's see what Nola does in the next inning here. Does he get some balls over the plate? And look at that. I mean, that Castellanos hit was something else.
Yeah, that's something that you just don't see too often, especially for Nick Castellanos. You know he's a good contact hitter, but the previous couple pitches, he was fooled. No doubt about it. And he was able to still make something out of it, and that's what you have to do. And again, that's where the lights shine the brightest right now in the World Series. We know that. These two teams, Philadelphia Phillies, they had to fight their ass off just to get to this point. It was winning 2 games in the wild card. That's now best of 3 against the Cardinals. They won 6-3 and 2-0. Then they won against the defending champs, Atlanta Braves, in 5. And then the NLCS against the San Diego Padres. So you can't tell me that the Philadelphia Phillies haven't had one of the hardest roads to get here right now.
No, and they deserve to be here. There's no doubt about it. They've had some good clutch hitting, a good pitching, and then they're here in the series right now. They're facing a good Houston team. Verlander's off to up until this inning, he's off to a good start. But Philadelphia maybe figured out what things about him. We're gonna see what Nola does in the bottom of the inning right now.
And in the sense of, too, you know what their reward is? Now they get to play the Houston Astros. So if they win this World Series, it will probably be one of the hardest roads that you could ever ask for. And they would have deserved it.
Yeah, I tell you, Philadelphia right now has the Eagles playing good. Who would
Yes.
expect that? So Philadelphia's a good sports town right now. They've got to be enjoying their teams right now.
And hell, I'll throw this out there too. Although it's very early in the season, the Philadelphia Flyers are already like 4-2, and they were supposed to be the NHL's doormat.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it could be a good year for Philadelphia. So that's good for the town. Wish we had that in Detroit.
yeah, we're just asking for one of our teams to do anything in Detroit.
Give us, throw us a bone, will you guys? Please, somebody.
Yeah, over the because we're in commercial break right now, we're going to be going to the bottom of the fourth as the Astros have a 5-3 lead. Mike, when I think about the local side here of the Red Wings, the schedule is going to start to get tough, and they got shellacked by the Boston Bruins last night. And Brad Marchand made his return from surgery a month early, and the Bruins are 7-1 in the season, while Detroit is starting to fall a little bit.
Yeah, man, watching that game the other night, Boston is a good team to watch. Wow, these guys pass, they know where everybody is, and they take shots, and it was like watching a varsity team playing a junior varsity team. That's what it looked like to me. I mean, Boston is that good of a team. I don't think they've lost at home this year, have they?
They have not.
So, they always thought that, Boston is done and their players are over and they're old and done, but they kept that core together there and got some young players come up. You still got Marchand and Bergeron still playing in there.
Yes.
It's still a very good team. I know we got a long season to go here, but going out of the gate, Boston looks good.
Yes, they do. Getting back into action of our game now, game one of the World Series, drawn here on play-by-play, driven by Michael Swarton on color. It's 5-3. Chas McCormick is at the dish right now. Is 1-for-1 in this contest. Aaron Nola is back out there right now, and I think this is the right decision by Rob Thompson because they just got some runs here for Nola. So now it's Nola's turn to lock it up as McCormick's way out in front of the changeup, and it's a 2-2 count. That was a filthy one at that. Perfect location, just a little bit out, just to entice in the bottom left corner, and now it's 2-2.
And you never count a pitcher out, man. These guys can settle in and get their pitches going again. I mean, they might have a bad inning, but they can come back and have a great inning and get their team back into it.
And Aaron Nola with a little how do you do to Chas McCormick off the changeup. He's going to go and take a seat. One down.
There you go.
And I think I got to speak for myself there, Mike, in the sense of, yes, these guys can get it going, but I also have to speak for myself and don't speak too soon as Verlander got rocked for a few runs. So, it comes and goes. These are two really good hitting lineups. I know talking to a couple of my buddies that Mike knows and like Nick and Nolan in the sense of Nolan was saying this was going to be a 5-game series, Lynn, for Houston, and Nick was probably going 6. I said at least 6 either way, so I think we're going to have a series here. I think Houston is the better team, but I don't think they're so much better than Philadelphia that Philadelphia can't give them a good scare or outright win.
Right.
So just if you're Houston, don't just assume you're going to run over the Phillies is all I'm saying right now.
I'm saying Noah plays the pitch a little bit more better here. He's getting more over the plate. He looks like he's placed a little bit better right now.
He is, and I like that previous fastball there that busted Maldonado inside. He didn't go. He's starting to locate that off speed, and he's feeling a little confidence there. So if he does settle in, and he can give you a couple more innings, I think Rob Thompson, considering the way things started, I think he'd take it. And that one almost looked like it went underneath his bat, as that was a great instant replay angle that you're about to see there in a second. So it's a 1-1 count against Maldonado, and the changeup is way low. So it's a 2-1 here for the catcher for the Houston Astros. We appreciate you guys bouncing in and out between Twitter Spaces and the YouTube side. I see we have a couple people that join us here and there, so we appreciate. What's going on, Tyler, on the YouTube side? How you doing there, buddy? We're just following along, watching this World Series Game 1. Maldonado throws it here to Stott. Stott's going to throw over to Rhys Hoskins. And it's 2 up, 2 down here for Aaron Nola. He's looked good in this bottom of the fourth so far.
Yeah, he needs this. He needs a good inning to get out of this and move on to the next.
So just to let everybody know, once this game is done, I'm going to have the complete game coverage to follow. HopefulSportsGuide.wordpress.com. So it's going to have the complete broadcast and the story for Game 1. I may not be able to do Game 2 because I might be working Battle of Alberta with Calgary and Edmonton with Cooper Hopkins at 10 Eastern tomorrow. But I'll at least get all the write-ups here for the games in the World Series. So the write-ups will be done, but this complete broadcast and story will be done once this game is done. So just letting everybody know of that. As Jose Altuve will step in.
Hey, let's see if we can get something better at the plate this time around.
Altuve is the only guy, to your point there, Mike, that hasn't had the best at-bats. He struck out and hit into a double play with runners in scoring position.
What the hell was that? I'm sorry.
I don't think you can say it any better than that, Mike. He just swung at something way out of the zone. And then Nola, next pitch, he got the call on the fastball on the outside corner. Altuve gets a hanging curve. This one's deep, but it's not going to be deep enough, just shy of the warning track. And Nola gets a scoreless fourth. We'll see if the Phillies can add on. They're on a little bit of a run right now.
They needed a good inning from Nola to get to the next inning. This is good. We got a game.
So we're going to be going to the fifth inning now. It's 5-3 Houston with the lead. So really, I'm going to ask you this when we get to the bottom of the fifth here, Mike. Do you walk Kyle Tucker?
Well, let's see who's on base. Do they got people on base?
When we get to that point, we'll have to figure that one out because Kyle Tucker is the man with the plan right now for Houston. He's got more runs by himself than Philadelphia has.
He could be a one-man wrecking crew tonight. I mean, Nola can't be comfortable pitching to him right now, right? He's got to be very careful about how he pitches because, it seems like Tucker's got his number, but what are the odds you get 3 home runs and 3 at-bats, right? I mean, it's...
Exactly. We have seen it before, but I don't remember if I've ever seen it in the World Series, unless you want to count Reggie Jackson. Right. I know Reggie Jackson did that with the Yankees. He had some games where he hit several bombs, but we've seen guys get in a rhythm. But I think the one thing that Mike and I can go back to is we're in the middle of a commercial break. It kind of scared me a little bit, and it probably put some fear into Nola's heart when Kyle Tucker hit the ball as far as he did with the broken bat.
And for that small of a dude, he's definitely not an Albert Bell or a Pujols. So he's a small little guy, but he's got some power behind that bat.
He's got some power and he's got a sweet swing, and that's why he's got 30 bombs and 107 RBI in the regular season. So, and he's a guy that can steal a lot of bases. So he's a complete 5-tool player.
Yeah, I want to see how Nola pitches to him this time around. I really do.
So once we get through our commercial break, Justin Verlander is going to be back on the mound, and then Aaron Nola, you would think, will get a chance for the fifth as well. So This should be a lot of intrigue here as far as where it's going to go. This was a game probably through 4 innings that you thought it was going to be all Houston, and then that flipped on a dime. So
it did. We're at 5-3 right now. Getting close to the middle of the game here. It's still up in the air. Let's see how Justin responds to this inning. He got 3 runs the last inning. Let's see how he does this time around.
One of those situations we thought early too. I know Mike immediately, he was a smart one. He took the immediate over. I thought maybe we could see an under here, but that's been blown way out the window at 6.5. So if you take the Phillies at some point, let's say you had the odds when they were down 5-0, maybe you got good odds here because now the Phillies are all of a sudden back in this ball game. We're back underway right now. As Brandon Marsh gets a 1-0.
They're only down 2 runs here, so this game is not over.
No, and Verlander's pitch count, all things considered, is still in a decent shape. As March falls that one off, he's going to throw pitch number 70 here. So you'll get a chance to look at that, Mike, in a second when it appears on your screen with the starter comparison. You let me know if you find anything that's interesting to you.
Look at that, 4+.
Marsh down the left field line, and this is going to be a fair ball. Is he going to hustle for two? Here's a chance to get it in quickly. Good hustle by Marsh as he hits it down the third base line, and it's a double to start the fifth, and Verlander's in hot water.
Yes, he is. Good hustle by Marsh.
That is one of those situations, too. There is nobody down that third base line on the shift, and he hit it where nobody was, and good hustle by Marsh.
Yep. Gotta love that hockey beard.
Yes, I do. That's immediately what I think of during the Stanley Cup playoffs. He was acquired from the Anaheim Angels, so you feel like Brandon Marsh has a chance to go play some winning baseball. I feel bad for anyone who's an Angels fan when you got Ohtani and Trout and you can't win anything. But we know the pain.
He's happy about that, so let's see how Verlander responds to this.
That was a borderline curveball there for Verlander, but he did not get the call. And Schwarber has a 1-0 count.
Oh.
So for Schwarber, they said he's battling a little bit of an Achilles injury, so I don't know if that's going to sap his power. And another pitch that was borderline that Verlander did not get. Very surprising there. I thought that was two definite strikes.
He was getting some pitches earlier, now he's not getting them.
And that's what happens sometimes, Mike, right? If you get hit around, the umpires might change their minds.
Right. You need to start getting that stuff over to the play because we're not going to give you these questionable ones. Those have been called strikes and us. We were playing MLB on PS5 any day of the year.
Absolutely. I will not disagree on that side. Those are ones that make you want to throw the controller when you don't get those calls.
Yep.
Curveball put Schwarber almost in the dirt as he spins like a top, and now it's 2-1. Schwarber's got some ridiculous power right now, although he is prone to strike out. There's a man on second with no outs. Curveball, high in the zone. Schwarber didn't like it for some reason, but I feel like maybe he got the benefit of the doubt on the first two pitches. 2-2 against Schwarber right now with no outs. It's a 5-3 contest. The Astros led by as many as 5. The Phillies have made this a game right now. Big time at bat for Schwarber in the top of the order. That'll bring up Rhys Hoskins next. Verlander looks and throws. Fastball way out of the zone. Good catch there by Maldonado to not have Marsh take off for third. I can't underestimate that at this point. And it's a full count.
Wow. Looks like Justin lost him up for that one, didn't he?
That's what John Smoltz is talking about on the Fox broadcast. It feels like he's coming out of his mechanics. I'm hearing that a lot right now.
Yeah.
As Verlander is faced with a full count, Schwarber fouls it off, and that was good that he swung at it because it was too close to take. We're going to do this again. Verlander's going to throw pitch numero 77 here, as Hoskins is 1 for 2 waiting on deck. This is a game right now at certain times, Mike, that we thought we could see it go one way, and it's completely flipped the other.
Yeah,
and the Astros.
Yeah. I was thinking Justin. They would have got to Justin early, but not late, and it's flipped. So interesting.
Wonderful at bat by Schwarber, draws the walk, and this is going to bring up Rhys Hoskins now, and things get a little more spicy here in Houston.
Wow, very young character. Justin had it going for 4 innings, and now he's kind of losing a little bit here. I'd be concerned.
I think so too. Even for as much of a veteran as Verlander is, he's just not looking sharp in the zone right now. So Rhys Hoskins, 1 for 2, a single in the fourth, and he scored the run. Again, postseason number is 196, not been sharp, but he gets a fastball. It was a circle change, up high in the zone. And Hoskins will foul that one away. So it's going to be a shift. The second base side straight up is going to be open there. If Hoskins can put it down that line, they won't be able to turn this double play. But it's one of those situations now, Mike. I'll just say it the way it's supposed to be right now. Hoskins' job is just to advance those runners at worst.
Yes. Get him up. Nobody out. Get him over second and third, and you got one out. A hit and a hit ties this game up.
The last thing that Hoskins wanted there, he popped up the fastball to Jeremy Pena on the shortstop side. He's going to call for it, make the catch. Verlander gets a big time out there as he's going to hit pitch number 80. So here's his interesting one. Career, including postseason, Justin Verlander's 163-2 with 5+ runs of support. So what does that tell you? That tells you the obvious.
Yes. I got 5+. Yeah, wow. But it's top of the fifth. He's got to get out of this inning, though.
Brian Abreu is warming up in the bullpen right now. He is a starter/reliever here for Dusty Baker's squad. He's kind of like Christian Javier. He can do a little bit of everything and be a long relief guy. JT Realmuto is going to ask for time. It's going to be Realmuto and Bryce Harper unless Realmuto hits into a double play. So the power is there. We know about what Bryce can do because we just saw it in his previous at-bat. Verlander's got to key in. Again, this is a time where Philadelphia, doesn't matter, you're up by as many as 5. Philadelphia's got a lot of power. And he follows it back. It's 0-1 now against Realmuto. So if I'm Verlander here, Michael, what pitch do you think I'm going with now after I just throw a fastball? You want to set him up with the curve, something off speed?
Go at him with the fastball.
You're going to go with the fastball? I like it.
Yeah.
Challenge him with the heat, says Michael. We'll see what happens right now with JT Realmuto. Runners in first and second here for Philadelphia. JV's 0-1 pitch. Curveball hit high in the air. And this one is going to bounce off the wall. That's going to score a run. Here comes another run, maybe. I think I saw 2, or at least second and third. I don't want to get ahead of myself. It's going to score at least 1. Brandon Marsh has scored. So it's 5-4. You said fastball. I said off speed. But the last thing I thought was Verlander was going to throw an off speed right down the middle of the plate and get smoked. And he did.
Yeah, this ain't good for Verlander right now. Man, what a change in the first 3 innings when he was pitching and dotting stuff. Now he's not doing that. I mean, he needs to get out of this inning right now. And he's not coming.
That was a breaking pitch there, Michael, that said hit me all over it.
Yeah. Hell, John, you could have hit that one.
Maybe off a tee. I know I have cerebral palsy. Maybe off a tee, but that feels like yes, that was something that anyone could hit right now. It is 5-5. It's 4-2 runs, so I got my initial call right. I was just trying to follow the tie around there. So it's 5-5.
5-5. Oh my God, this is a game. Good job by Philadelphia coming back and figuring out Justin Verlander. Maybe he's missing some of his mechanics right now. Something's not right with him, but kudos to Philadelphia figuring it out.
So here's an interesting one to me now, Mike, and we can have this discussion. I'm going to wait until Bryce Harper takes his pitch, falls off the fastball there. We said, how is Nola going to look in the 4th? He comes out, pitches 3 up, 3 down. Nola's going to... And that is just interesting. That's not something I would have said right now. As Verlander digs in, it's an 0-2 count against Bryce Harper. They keep zooming in on Verlander now, and I keep seeing those grays. So Verlander, fastball, Harper lays off. 1-2 now against Bryce, last season's MVP. Again, Bryce's numbers a little bit subdued because of the injuries. He's not at the 100 mark of RBI. He's 65 with 18 bombs, but he's a guy, if he's healthy, 40-plus bombs, 110-plus RBI, he is the real deal. He's been the real deal for a long time now. Harper.
What a game though, right?
What a game it has been. Harper does the job and advances the runner. So there's a runner on third for Nick Castellanos. And if you remember, Michael, it was the last at bat for Castellanos. Vlad Guerrero Sr. off the shoe tops that let the Philadelphia run commence. And it hasn't stopped since. So this is a game. I'm really glad that you're able to do this here with me, and I know it was a little bit of a whim just in case, because I know sometimes we would play the game and stuff. I think next week I'll hop on PS5 and play with you. I just wanted to make sure to cover a little bit of the World Series. I'm not gonna get all the games, but I'm glad that we could do this because this turned out to be a hell of a game right now.
Yeah, it is. I thought there'd be 5-0, and Verlander would lock in and be done with this. But wow, Philadelphia, nice surprise.
It definitely is, and I think it'll put a scare into the Houston fans or everyone that said with the money line that it was going to be so easy here for Houston. Philadelphia has scored 5 straight runs, and they've responded.
Yes. We're going to start getting into the bullpen in the next innings here really soon here, so this can get really good.
Verlander is about to throw pitch number 88, and that's not something we would have thought within the first 3 innings.
No.
Castellanos now at an 0-2 count. We tried to do the same thing on the fastball just previously.
I saw that. He was trying to hit it off his shoelaces.
He likes that spot right now. We'll see if what the former teammates can do against each other right now. As Castellanos is in an 0-2 hole.
Justice did not pitch that there.
Good take there by Castellanos, and we'll do it again. As the 97-mile-an-hour fastball missed the up left corner zone here at 97 for Verlander. He's still got the velocity. Usually Verlander is one of those situations. He doesn't start throwing 94, 95. He starts at the lower velocity before he hits in at 98, 99, I should say. He kind of perks up as the game goes along.
That's still amazing. He can still kick that velocity up at the later innings of the game. That's still very incredible.
Absolutely. And one of these situations also very incredible that Philadelphia has made this a game.
98 miles an hour. And that's amazing.
And that was the first time he hit 98 in this contest.
Yep. Yes.
Crowd out to their feet right now. They're trying to will Justin Verlander to get out of his 5th. It's tied at 5. Castellanos with a man on 3rd. 1-2 count. He's going to step out. Verlander's taking his time. He's getting tied up there with Maldonado. He's not sure what he wants to throw.
Castellanos maybe got a little bit psyched out here. He's not quite sure what to do once he wants what he wants to do with them.
And he gets Castellanos on a nasty curve. It's a tie game now. The Astros will have the bottom of the bats, the bottom of the 5th. It's all 5s right now. Come right back.
Wow, nice pitch by Joseph Verlander to get him out of the game. Get him out of the inning, I mean.
And you know what? You might not be too far ahead of yourself. He might be out of the game after 5. Who knows?
Yeah. Wow. He struggled the last couple innings. There's no doubt about it.
So that's going to bring up as we're in a commercial break. Again, I appreciate everybody. There's quite a few people that moved in and out of our Twitter Spaces side, so that was cool. But people have been jumping in and out of YouTube. I appreciate it. I think it's gone to the same narrative for me now that we can say Justin Verlander has struggled throughout the postseason in these game ones. He's given up some runs.
Yes.
So the regular season possible Cy Young Award winner has not had the same form in the postseason.
No, not at all. Man, is he going to come out for the next inning?
You could be right. I'm going to say no.
So, where are we at, the 6th inning right now?
We are in the bottom of the 5th.
Ooh. 6th inning, huh? He'll start him, but he sees any problems, he's getting them out. He's not gonna let him hang out for too long.
So we're gonna go.
I don't think Justin's hurting. Maybe just a mechanic issue or something not right with his pitches and stuff. But it's really funny. The first three innings he was spot on. 4th and 5th, he was struggling. So I don't know what's going on with that.
I agree with you. I don't think there is any other issues other than he's got on his mechanics and he's got hurt. And
Right.
that's what we're
So,
seeing right now. And that can happen. It doesn't matter. That could be one of the best pitchers we've ever seen in a long time, or just anybody. You get knocked out of your mechanics, these guys can hit mistake pitches, and that's what we're seeing between both of these teams. But I think we're seeing it, to be fair, as a team more for Philadelphia, and we're seeing it more for one guy because Kyle Tucker's done all the damage for Houston. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with that.
you watching this? Yeah, look at that. Look at the stats they got going on here with these guys.
The way that they're falling off the mound and the way that they extend the throw is absolutely nuts.
Yes.
So the funny thing, and I just saw this come across the stat board side when I asked you, how does 5 runs and 6 hits sound for Houston? Well, now Philadelphia's got the same damn thing, 5 runs and 6 hits.
Makes sense. And we got Nola back out on the mound here, so if he gets through this inning, he'll go another inning. Let's see how he does.
I agree. I think that's where we're at right now. Is Jeremy Pena tried to take a swing into the grandstand, and he missed it all. 1-1 now. Pena waits on the 1-1. He takes the fastball up high at 90 there. It's 2-1 now against Jeremy Pena. Again, Jeremy Pena is one of those guys, just a rookie, 253, 22 bombs, 63 RBI. I think Houston got exactly what they wanted out of Jeremy Pena, considering they lost Carlos Correa, and they seem like they're an even better team than they were last year.
Oh, yeah.
Make no mistake about it, Houston, regardless of where they are or whether they win the World Series again, they're going to be back again. This is a team that's not going away anytime soon. Rob Thompson has a 9-2 postseason record right now. That's all in this year. As Nola. There's a 2-2 to Pena, swing and a miss on a devastating sinker. And Aaron Nola, over the last 4 batters, I know it's a short sample size, but he's settled down a little bit.
Yeah, he has. he's made some good pitches here. He's got the Houston guys to go for stuff, and he's settled in. Looks like, maybe a couple bad innings, but it looks like he's coming back.
So Rob Thompson is going to meet on the mound here with Aaron Nola, and if they take him out of this baseball game, I'd be surprised, and that's exactly what they're going to do here, Mike. They're going to go for the change.
Really? I'm very shocked by this. Nola just, he put out Pena, the nice pitch. Why? I mean,
we'll see if they'll go with the lefty-lefty matchup. I think Jose Alvarado was warming up in the bullpen. I got in my notes here, Alvarado's the lefty, so they'll probably go lefty-lefty on Alvarez, but Alvarez has made some serious pain on those same-sided matchups. He's taking people deep, so I guess he might be doing this off feel, but I'm like you. I know it was a short sample, so it looks like Nola was getting back into form a little bit. I would have let him ride a little bit more.
I would. I mean, give the guy a chance to redeem himself a little bit. He got him out. Why are you taking the guy out? We'll see what happens there. We'll see how the strategy plays out.
Yeah, this is a game right now that I think that we probably felt comfortable within the first 2 or 3 innings predicting, but ever since the next 2 innings, I don't know what's going to happen anymore.
No, not at all. I mean, managers have a different way of looking at the game than we do, obviously. So, I don't know why you're taking Nola out right now. So, but
I think
obviously,
go ahead. I said if I was a manager, I think I might be the old school Jim Leland approach, and I would do things more with feel. I understand there's more analytical things nowadays. Maybe I wouldn't be as analytical of a guy. So maybe I'll try to be more down the middle. But I still feel like I saw what I saw on the mound there with Aaron Nola over the last few. I let it ride to the sixth. That's just what I would. That's what I would have done personally.
I would have given him one more batter, just to see where his pitches were hitting. Obviously, the manager didn't. He obviously either he didn't like what he saw, or maybe his pitch count was up, and wanted to make sure he had Nola for he didn't want to wear him out for another game.
Right.
Maybe he was trying to conserve his arm a little bit here. Hey, I know you throw some pitches here. You know, let's let our bullpen come in. Yeah, it's all strategy at this point. Maybe they're looking at a 6 or 7 game series here, and they want to make sure they got Nola rested up for another game. I mean, so, you know,
I think
Philadelphia's come back and got it tied up 5-5 right now, and maybe he wants the bullpen to come in and take care of us.
I think there's a little truth to everything you said in that point, because one thing we both can agree on, and we know that we saw, there was no hesitation for manager Rob Thompson. He took Nola right out. So he knows exactly what he wants to do right now. So here comes Jose Alvarado. Postseason in 8 games, he's given up 3 runs in 8 innings pitched, so he's not been spotless. So right now you're going up against Yordan Alvarez, who I've mentioned many times already that he is dangerous. So they need to make sure that this is exactly what they want to do. Yordan is dangerous. There's nobody on base. And after Yordan, you got Bregman and Tucker here. So you get back to that same old song and dance.
New pitcher, and let's see what they do with it.
So Alvarado does have serious heat. He showcased it there with a 99 sinker just down at the feet of Alvarez, and it's a 1-0 count.
He's got to place his pitches.
Alvarez will pop this one out. That was a perfect pitch by Jose Alvarado. He just jammed Alvarez, and that was an easy out there. Brings up Bregman. So I know they're talking about a little bit on the Fox 2 side for a local for Ken Rosenthal, and they're saying this is the way that he manages. He just goes based off of matchups and feel immediately, and he doesn't tax his pitchers too much. It was the long and short of Ken Rosenthal. And that speaks to Mike's point in the sense of what he was thinking he was going to do. He's like, well, Rob Thompson's going for it. You want this to be a long series, and you want to make sure these guys are ready to go. 101. And Bregman will just watch it. Wow, that was some serious gas there. Every year that goes by, Mike, we see more guys out of this bullpen that can throw some absolute gasoline.
And they only do for maybe 1 or 2 innings and they're done. Because that's what these guys do. They cannot do. And there's another one, too. So he's basically going to say, here it is, hit it if you can.
That's what we're seeing right now for Alvarado. It's an 0-2 count. That was a good fastball, but an even better take by Bregman there.
Yep.
Is it just one of those situations, Mike, where it's so taxing on the arm and all that these guys can't use max effort the entire time?
They're giving it all. They're just flying it in there. And it's up to the batter right now how the downside, the opposite side of this, if they throw something off, they're going to look like fools.
And you're going to see that right there. Oh, my goodness, he got Bregman.
Yep.
We're through 5 now. It's tied at 5. It's going to bring up the Phillies when we come back.
Yep. And does Verlander come back, or does he replace already? So let's see what Dusty Baker's got in store.
And Dusty Baker has been around baseball for a long time. I think he was on the I want to say Chicago Cubs. I'd have to look it up because I got the computer and all this stuff in front of me. He's been around baseball for a long time. I don't know if he's ever won a World Series. I'm gonna have to look that up when we're in break.
No, it's been a good game so far. It's good to see Philadelphia come back. Now we got a good game here, so we're down to the bullpens. Let's see how the batters react, and I was not expecting this.
So it's been 41 years, I looked this up, since Dusty Baker won a World Series title. He won in 1981 with the Dodgers. That's the last time he won. But he's never won as a manager. So I know, like I said, Dusty Baker's been around the game of baseball for a long time. And I thought from the scandal and everything else with A.J. Hanshin and firing Jeff Luna, the GM, and all that, I thought Dusty Baker was the perfect guy for the Astros to get to kind of quiet all of that noise. He was the guy that embraced the team and got stuff back on track. Not that the Astros were ever off track, but obviously when you're going through back-to-back years of the Astros scandal, the Red Sox scandal, you shake some things, and you do need a manager that goes in there and brings down and quells and quiets the noise. And I think Baker's done an excellent job at that.
Yeah, I think he brought a sense of legitimacy back to the team again, accountability. So this is why we have the Astros right now. And so I think, he like you said, he's cut down the noise. And like I said, right now we're back to a baseball team again, and this is how we do it.
And I don't think that's one of the things you can ever put a price on, Mike, to be honest with you. Peace of mind is something that everybody strives for, no matter what you do in life.
Right.
I'm going to make sure I plug my phone in here because I know this thing eats batteries. We're just doing a little bit of equipment managing here. Apologize. I'm going to get back on the call here in a second.
That's all right. We got another pitcher for the Astros right now.
Looks like Brian Abreu will replace Verlander.
So Verlander went 5 innings, gave up 5 runs, and here we are in the 6th inning right now. So Verlander did not have the outing we thought we would have, but here we are.
No, he did not. And I think the other thing I can say that surprised me is both Aaron Nola and both Justin Verlander, despite giving up 5 runs, will get no decisions.
Yep. So right now it's up to the bullpen and the closers. Let's see what happens.
So you'll see this across your screen here momentarily. The Astros bullpen, it's righty heavy, and it doesn't matter. They get guys out. So Abreu against Bryson Stott will dig in. A curveball from Abreu will bust him inside. And it's 1-0 against Stott is the count. We're tied at 5. It was a 3rd inning where the Houston Astros were up by 5, and the Philadelphia Phillies have since responded. And we have a game that has left us with a lot of intrigue. I understand.
Would you expected that? I would not have.
Absolutely not. There was not a fiber in my being that once Verlander got a 5-0 lead that made me think that Verlander was going to give up 5 runs, and none of them were on the long ball.
No, there's good hitting. Just good hitting.
So we understand, and I'll make this point because I've done a few baseball games. I know that they can be long and long in the tooth. Hopefully I get another one. Wow, that was a perfect pitch by Abreu. Go sit down, Bryson Stott. That's what they say. It's 2 up, 2 down for Abreu. We know baseball can be a long game, so hopefully I don't get stuck in a 15-inning extra affair like I did with the Guardians and the Rays in the wild card. But this is a game that's actually played with a pretty decent pace, and that's probably because I've been talking with you. It feels like this game has gone along faster than it usually does, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, so next year the pitcher counts. They only got 20 so many seconds to get throw pitches. That'd be interesting.
That is going to be interesting, and they're also going to ban shifts.
Yes. So how's that going to change the game? Because a lot of these managers were betting on these right-handed, left-handed batters, popping this up. So that's going to change some strategies next year. What's that going to do with runs? And that's going to be fun to see.
It really is. You have the bigger bases as well, so hopefully that'll cut down on some of the other injuries. And we also, from the last couple of years, had the 3-batter minimum coming out of the bullpen. So they've changed a lot of rules in baseball, and hopefully for the better, because the viewership on baseball, I don't think, has been embraced as much as Brian Abreu makes it look easy. I'm thinking White Sox. 3 straight fastball strikeouts.
No, that's just dirty. That's just dirty.
And guess who's coming up next from the commercial break? Kyle Tucker. We'll be right back, tied at 5.
All right. Kenny, continue the magic.
Okay, I'm an alien, and I got these claws. I'm climbing a wall now.
If you're making a sci-fi movie, you need to finish the special effects.
Something good.
And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
Guys. Uh-oh.
Here's what you can save by bundling with Geico.
Very
I think when this next half inning hits, I'll go back and get a bottle of water and then come back and make sure I got everything squared away here. So hopefully this game will end in 9 innings, because when it goes to extra, when I went to that 15-inning game, honestly, Mike, I didn't think I was going to make it. So I was at a YouTube counter, because I'm looking at it right now. It's at 2 hours and 17 minutes, so we've been here for a little bit. Mine was over 5 in that game.
Oh, wow.
So
that's long.
That was a long game. Basically, when we have the hockey games that end pretty much like now, it's a lot where you have to have so much more stats. And I got things in front of me that I haven't represented yet, but it's made a lot easier when I get to talk with you. Kind of just we can just talk the game and have fun with it. I don't have to have like all this stuff in front of me like I do. That's the thing that's nice about having a 2-man booth. I think baseball is much better when you got a 2-man booth.
Oh yeah, you got somebody else to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Hey, so what's your prediction tomorrow night for Michigan State? What are you thinking?
Wasn't the spread 25?
Yeah, it is. Michigan State's like a dumpster fire right now. So, but you know what? You get Michigan State, it can be a totally different game. These guys get up for those games like this. So, I don't know. But it's just, I know Blake Corum's a Heisman finalist right now. So.
My only problem is Michigan hasn't played anybody, so I kind of worry about all that stuff.
Exactly. That's my point, too. Who have they played? So, here we go. Kyle Tucker.
Alvarado did what Nola could not, is he gets him on a first pitch 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Good job there by Alvarado. No, to your point, as Zach Eflin's going to be in the bullpen warming up for Rob Thompson's squad. Yeah, it's a 25-point spread. I think maybe Michigan State gets up for that a little bit, keeps it within the spread, but Michigan wins.
I agree. I'll agree with that.
And I think we might be going right to the bullpen again, so we'll take a break.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, Thompson's gonna switch his bullpen out here, isn't he?
Yes, he is. That just means if one of these guys don't do the job, then they must be SOL.
Yeah. Wow. Still in the sixth inning here, and you're already going deep into your bullpen like this, so he's gonna make him work for it.
So, while we're on the topic of some off things, and again, if you want to save your voice or whatever, don't feel like you have to talk and all that, but for the Lions, I'm pretty close. I'm going to tell you this. I understand they're going to lose to the Bills and all that stuff when that comes up because the schedule is going to start to get a little harder. There's some games they should have won that they did not win, and there was some games for me where Dan Campbell, you're going too much for it on fourth down, especially when you're like 15 yards away from the fourth down.
Yeah.
I think he might be out of a job pretty soon.
Yeah. He's got. I would say they keep him through the season, and that's it. I mean, I don't know. They really hurt with that, of not having DeAndre Swift. For some reason, that guy is just that good, and you hate to send your offense from one guy. So our first 4 games we were number 1 in offense. All of a sudden, what happened? What happened with that? I mean, there was no continuity at offense when Swift went out. I mean, there is. I hate to say it, Goff is probably not the answer. I don't. You know, he's not a deep ball passer. We know that, right?
Yeah.
Goff cannot hit something 60 yards. We know that, right? So do defenses count on that? And but oh my God, what is up with that? Jamal Williams to me has actually not been a bad running back, but they don't have DeAndre Swift coming in there to change up the plays, to make the defense key on them, right?
Right.
Jamal Williams is basically north and south. That's all he does. He's not a player like DeAndre Swift is, and that's hurt Detroit. But he's not had. I'm gonna say Brown's been out. Here we're back to the game.
There's been a lot of interesting things you can talk about as we're back into our contest right now. Zach Eflin is going to come in for Jose Alvarado. Again, Rob Thompson, as Mike said, I think he hit the nail on the head there. Rob Thompson's going to manage this game as the way he sees fit. These guys just need to go out there and do their job. Gurriel against the shift. And did he stay on the bag? I don't see the call there. I think it's going to be first base here for Yuri Gurriel as he beat the shift, and Eflin couldn't get it over in time. That was going to be a tough play regardless.
Yeah.
Looks like Thompson might be going to the phone again, and we'll take a look at this primary replay. Couldn't see it in real time, but I don't think the first baseman was ever on the bag. Yes.
No, I agree.
So Yuri Gurriel is at first. He gets a pretty nice single there because he hit it right where he needed to, right down the third base line, and Eflin had to make a play.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So here's a chance now for Trey Mancini with a man on first. Houston again, a 5-0 lead. Philadelphia has scored 5 straight runs. They've made this a game. And one of these situations now, we can pretty much think of it as a 0-0 contest. And Philadelphia's got a chance to take the lead here in the 6th with 1 out.
Would it be fun to see Trey get a single in here? That'd be nice to see.
It would. And this is definitely a big at-bat. It's a lot different when you've played with the Baltimore Orioles your entire career, and then you come to the Houston Astros. We understand that Baltimore is rebuilding, but this is a chance for Mancini to get a World Series ring late in his career. Again, he's 30 years of age, but we don't know how much longer most of these guys continually play. Baseball is one of those ones you can play into your 40s, but if you're not productive, you will find yourself, you're not playing, right. And Albert Pujols, it was his last year this year, but man, he was a hot streak to end the year.
Hell yeah, that was awesome to see, man. Good to see him go out on a high note. That was awesome to see.
Hit number 700 this year. That's crazy. 2-1 count now against Mancini. I guess I would say that I was a little disappointed that the St. Louis Cardinals lost 2 out of 3 to lose the wild card, but I mean they lost it to Philadelphia, and Philadelphia has shown you why, Michael, in this contest.
Yeah.
They deserve to be here. Eflin's going to throw over here to first. Runner's safe. Gurriel's not going anywhere. Still a 2-1 count here for Trey Mancini. Got a good hitters count. And the next will be Chas McCormick that has some speed. And when McCormick was up there, he was able to advance runners and make some chaos. The last time Houston's able to score some runs, not named Kyle Tucker. Mancini gets a fastball, but he's going to pop it up on the right field line. Castellanos got to hurry. He does get down the line quickly. Makes the catch. That was a tough running catch at that. His shortstop was also in there as well, just to make sure he was there, but he called him off in time. He called off Gene Segura. So that's going to bring up Chas. So Chas is one of those guys that can strike out, but he can also bunt for a base hit. He's got some power. So he can do a little bit of everything, but he is known for his defense. They're showing some of his home runs right now against the Yankees, and that is down the short right field line. Again, that's 314 feet. I think Mike can hit that out from 314 feet. So I would bet money on it. It's the short Yankees right field porch. You like that?
That's a nice porch to hit too. So.
Yeah, I mean you got Comerica. It's 420 feet dead center.
God.
That's where the ball goes to die at Comerica Park, but not in Yankee Stadium. So everybody's doing the baby shark here for Chas McCormick. I don't know why. I forgot he's one of those ones that has that. They play that all the time. So that's one of your traditions there. If you have young kids, that might not get annoying to have that played all the time. So it's 1-0 in favor of Chas here. It's 2 outs. Eflin trying to get out of the 6th. Rob Thompson gave way from Eflin to Alvarado. And now Aaron Nola, if you're working backwards. Eflin's out there trying to get the final one in the 6th. It's a 2-0 count as Rob Thompson looks on. Really, everything that he's done for the Philadelphia Phillies since taking over from Joe Girardi, everything he's touched has turned to gold. He's led this team to the promised land right now, and all they got to do is beat the best team left, which is easier said than done.
Yeah. I mean, right now tonight, his team's come back and fought back. We're 5-5 right now, so we're into the bullpen, and let's see how the bullpen reacts.
So let me throw a question out to you, Mike, because I know it's 2 outs. We can throw this in the break, or you can leave this for the 7th, however you want to do that. So let's say Houston comes back and still wins this game. If you're Philadelphia, you were down 5, you tied the game. Does that leave you with any confidence, even if you lose, going into game 2?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no doubt. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of confidence there. I mean, this game could have been done already. But the fact of the matter is they came back, made it 5-5. Now, Philadelphia is not going away. They are not going away right now. This is right now, with the way the managers run their pitchers right now, nobody's running 7-8 innings. We're going to see some good baseball here. So Philadelphia is not going away with this. Maybe my 6 games with Houston is maybe not accurate. I don't know at this point. Philadelphia's showing some fighting spirit here. I like it. This is good.
They're going to need to give JT Realmuto a minute because McCormick fouled it off his face mask. And now here comes everybody just to make sure that he was okay. He took an absolute shot, folks, and the mask flew right off his face.
Oh, my God. Concussion protocol?
That is not something I would ever want to experience. As they just showed that in real time, and I think my heart just skipped a beat.
Oh. They changed him a little bit, didn't it?
Yikes.
Oh, shit.
That is not something. You asked me what's the toughest position to play in any sport. I would always say catcher in baseball. I would never want to do that.
Look at the reaction on his face. He's okay.
That's where the slow motion replays, when we relay this to you on the radio side, really come in handy, because that was a good look at it. That was a little frightening as well.
Is he okay?
Well, hopefully, see if JT Realmuto is okay, and we'll see what pitch he calls, or if he can even remember it at this point. Runner goes, and the ball is outside, so they had the hit and run on, but Eflin missed it. It's runners at first and second right now, and that's going to bring up Martin Maldonado. The only question right now, because of his batting average and where it is in the game, you do have Christian Vasquez on the bench, who is a much better hitter. Do you go for that run, or do you keep Maldonado in the contest? That'll be something that Dusty Baker has to think about right now.
Oh, wow.
Because this is a situation where you don't know if you're going to get runners on base again. I know Houston's got last at bats; they're at home, so I don't want to, misstate the obvious. But how many times are you going to have runners in scoring position? So Maldonado's got to step up here. 1-0 count. So runners on first and second, Gurriel and Chas McCormick. Gurriel's on second. He's got decent speed, so if it is a single, I think he can score to get to home. There are some decent arms out there for Philadelphia, but nothing mind-melting. As the second pitch was a fastball, it's way low. Maldonado takes, and it's 2-0, and all of a sudden now, with 2 outs, we have some intrigue here in the bottom of the 6th here, Michael.
Yeah, Elfman's got to get somewhere to play here. He's got to have his defense help him out here. Yep.
It doesn't matter what it is at this point. I agree with you. Hit it somewhere and have your defense make a play. That's what they're there for, and you got to trust them there at this point.
He got 2 outs already, so I know he's trying to protect against the hit, but
Maldonado doesn't run well. And down the third base line, that was a great play by Bohm to Hoskins. You'll remember that one. But if they had a faster runner, maybe he could have beat that out. But still, an incredible play by Bohm to end the inning. What range that was as we go to the 7th.
Yes, it was. So there you go. Trust your defense. That's a hell of a throw. Wow, that was nice.
So we're looking on the TV side, at least I see it was Ohio State and Penn State this weekend. I think Ohio State is one of those teams that, again, they'll be there. They'll be in the playoffs. But when I think about college football, I just think about 3 letters, my friend, SEC.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's Georgia. Alabama lost that one game, which was to Tennessee, which was like, Tennessee was actually for donations from the goalpost. I mean, really, guys? They thought that was the best thing in the world and stuff, and these college kids, it doesn't take much to set them off.
If you ask me, in all things seriousness, and I know you agree with this, Tennessee does not need money for a goalpost. For as much money as these football teams designate for all of these schools, that is total BS.
It was. All that was just a clickbait. It was just for people to send money. That's all that was for. I mean, come on. That's to be the highlight of Tennessee's year. That's it.
I'm going to go ahead and grab a bottle of water real quick. I will be right back.
Want more postseason stats? Just ask Siri who leads the MLB postseason in RBI. There's your answers. Siri, Harper Hoskins. Tied up for 11 apiece. This game is tied up 5 apiece in the 7th. But it was something he's yet to do in the postseason. He's pitched more than on the road. 6th, 1, 2, 3 on 9 pitches. It's a guy who a year ago had 5.75 ERA. So they talk about his confidence. It's always like a first condition. Bring yourself your confidence. You got to get it. All came first, but 1.94 ERA and 11 for Dusty Baker.
Okay, I am back.
All right, we got Mr. Brave on the mound here.
I'm going to get the official recorder on here in a second. I know we're on the Twitter side.
We got and Marsh is out with a fly out to deep right.
Yeah, I know it's never a good time to take a break. I got the recorder back on there now. Marsh was out with a deep ball, the right, like Mike said. So we're at top of the 7th with 1 out. Ryan Abreu is still on the mound. It seems like he featured nothing but fastballs in the 6th, and we'll see if we'll do the same right now to Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, Kyle Schwarber knows what he's up against right now, so let's see what he does with it.
He took a sinker toward the bottom of the zone there, 88 miles an hour, a little off speed. So a little 88, 98 differential there from Abreu. That's what he's featuring. As we're getting a chance to look at Ryan Presley on the bullpen side, and he just spiked that one in the dirt, but there's nobody on base right now, so make it 1-1. So this will bring up top of the order again here for the Philadelphia Phillies. And let me scroll up here. So it'll be Hoskins and JT Realmuto, 2 and 3. Upcoming here, if Schwarber is going to reach. 1-1 count. That was a nice looking curve, and that was catching Schwarber flat-footed. 1-2 now against the power hitter. He's prone to strike out a little bit, as Schwarber. You know, he had the power there since playing with the Chicago Cubs. Ever since, this is his 2nd year now for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's a guy that's capable of hitting you 50. Not too many guys in the league can do that much anymore. But he also will strike out a lot. So it's the good old feast or famine here, Mike, for Kyle Schwarber. It's a 1-2 count against him.
And he backs out.
Takes that one a little low. 2-2 now for Schwarber and Abreu. And again, you can't hit the repeat button too many times on this because this is the story of the game right now. Houston was up 5-0 in the 3rd. Philadelphia stormed back, scored 5 runs by the 6th. And that's where we are right now.
That's been kind of a stalemate since then.
Absolutely. And you got 2 pitchers that gave up 5 runs as it bounced off Abreu, and it bounced off Altuve. Schwarber is going to reach. Yeah, 2 pitchers that started this game, Nola and Verlander, that were on opposite ends of the spectrum, and they both end with a no decision. Yeah, that was a fortuitous bounce there for Schwarber, was it not?
Yeah, it was. It was. Wow. And they'll take it. They'll take it. The guy on first right now, so let's see what Abreu does with this.
See, it's very interesting going off of Abreu's glove and then also going off the glove of Jeremy Pena. You don't see that too often here. So this will bring up
still
Reese
there.
Hoskins. Yeah, pretty much. They ruled it a hit though, but you would think it would be an
Yeah.
error or something because you just don't see that.
At the very least, an error, but wow.
Hoskins had a single in the fourth with a run scored. This man on first here, Schwarber. He benefited from just hitting it to where these guys couldn't get to it. It bounced off Abreu, it bounced off Pena, and that gives Hoskins a 1-0 count, as it was 3 in the fourth and 2 in the fifth for the Phillies to tie this game at 5. We're in the top of the seventh. John out here with you on play-by-play. Mike Swartout joining me today on color for World Series game numero uno here between the Astros and the Phillies. Absolutely. On all accounts. This was an over-under that you said it was at 6.5. You graciously took the over to start the game, and you sir are correct. It's too bad that a casino doesn't throw you some money across your way.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So with runners on,
Nice pitch.
Reese Hoskins digs in. He's 7 of 21 with 4 bombs and 10 RBI. That's what that tells you. He's going to dig in now with Schwarber at first. Good take for Hoskins, as that was way out of the zone there by Abreu. Tried to entice him there with a sinker. Hoskins did not bite. How many more times? I know I've said it throughout the broadcast, but will we get to the point where there is intrigue and mystery in this game? It seems like everything has been flipped on its head. You thought what the game was after 3 innings, but now you don't know who's going to take it. This game has been nail-biting.
Man, the way this pitch is going right now, nobody's giving up anything. It's been ninth inning is going to be interesting, and he dropped one in there. So
the stats that we saw when both teams went to their bullpen had suggested these relievers are going to keep things in lock and key. That is what we're seeing right now, Mike.
Right. We're in top of the seventh right now, so.
And there you go. That pitch from Jose Abreu, that was absolutely nasty.
Yep.
Reese Hoskins has to go get some time. What do you do with that when he throws 98 and then he gives you the off speed?
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there is anything you can do with that.
Oh, God. He was so, man, God, that guy was early. He was so early. He was, I won't say it.
I know what you're going for.
I wasn't going to say it. That's my line these days. But I'm not going to say because he was early, but whatever. I'm not going to say it.
That'll be our highlight of our World Series time together. I know that.
Right.
That was very enjoyable. I know what you were going for. JT Realmuto with the man on first now. Hoskins didn't get it done. He swung early on the breaking ball, but honestly, I don't blame him. That was a tough pitch. Abreu's been nasty for Dusty's squad right now.
Yes, he's been good. He's come up and done the job for Dusty Baker, and he needs to get him to the top of the seventh and get him to the eighth.
And look at that slider out of the zone. My goodness.
Wow.
That thing swept at least another 10 feet.
That's just nasty.
Yeah, relievers nowadays, it's totally different here, Mike, in the sense of what they feature and the velocity that they throw. They might only throw for a couple innings, like you said, but when they're out there, they certainly make the most of it.
And sometimes they get a little bit wild and stuff, but you take the good with the bad. I mean, these guys are out there to throw heat and throw some nasty shit.
Absolutely. And that's what we're seeing right now in this contest. Since the relievers have come in, nobody's scored.
Right. I mean, we're top of the seventh right now. Damage is done from the first starting pitchers. Ever since then, it's been quiet.
So Jose Abreu's 99-mile-an-hour bid. This is the bottom left of that box. Realmuto, good job trying to get ahead in this count. And that has Bryce Harper on deck if they get to it. But JT's got a job to do right now. Get on however you can. Phillies trying to rally. They've scored 5 straight runs. And a throw. Stolen base. here for Schwarber. He doesn't exactly have the most fleet of foot, but he was ready to go, and he got a great jump.
That was Gussie called by the manager there. Maybe he saw something. They weren't watching it too good. Good call. Good call. I put the pitcher on a different stance there. He's got to pay attention now. But he's still got 2 outs there. He's got to get the guy off the plate and not worry about that guy.
Yeah, because here's the question: do you want to try to finish off Real Muto on a 3-1, or do you want to face Bryce Harper? So you're putting yourself in a question mark to where you got a 3-1 count ahead of you. You got Bryce on deck.
Right.
This could be dangerous here. That's a big-time gutsy call. You're right, by Rob Thompson. And he must have saw something in his delivery, and he went quickly. It's going to walk Real Muto. That's going to bring up Bryce Harper.
Wow. He wasn't even close with that.
No, he was not. So I don't think he had any interest on that stolen base. And that's going to bring out the Houston pitching coach, and they're going to check on Abreu and see what they want to do here.
Yep. Interesting.
So Bryce Harper, if you know, from the last series, he was the one that played hero and sent the Philadelphia Phillies into the World Series. He could certainly give them a Game 1 victory right now if he hits a 3-run shot or hits a base hit.
Good. That's going to be it right here because you have the bullpen coming in. They can shut him down. So this is a very key moment right now. Let's see how Houston responds to this and what Abreu does.
The other thing I want to mention, too, because I know we talk about their bullpen, I don't think they have a lefty on their staff, which is very unusual for their bullpen side. So there is no same-handedness matchup side. As we're taking a look on the Fox side, they showed Bryce's home run. And this is a moment like this late in the game. Again, 4-13 in the postseason. This guy's as good as it gets. He digs in. Fastball a little bit low. Harper ahead, 1-0 on the count. Critical moment in this contest. 5-5. Unquestionably the best hitter at the plate here for the Philadelphia Phillies. With 2 outs and a man on first and second. Everybody's standing right now in Houston. I don't see any sad looks on their faces, but that could definitely change right now. There's a lot more intrigue in the sense of a 5-5 scoreline. Although there's some issues of concern in the crowd as they're showing it. Abreu looking in the signs right now with Martin Maldonado. And again, Bryce Harper with runners in score, or 2 outs, runners in scoring position 370, and a slugging percentage of 1,400. So that's otherworldly. Bryce thought about it and he laid off. 2-0. And Mike, here's the question: 2-0. If I'm Bryce, are you giving him the green light?
Oh, I would, because that pitcher's got to put one down the middle here. He can't be dancing around on a 3-0 pitch right now. So, good hitters count here. Let's see what Bryce does.
I'm going to go with you. And I think if Bryce sees what he likes right now, I wouldn't hesitate to let it fly. I trust him in this situation. That's just my call. We'll see what they think.
Yep.
Perfect take by Bryce. Nice eye there. That was high, and now it's 3-0. So if I'm Abreu, do I just put Harper on here and deal with Castellanos? Because this is the biggest green light I think you could ask for right now.
It is.
You're staring in the eyes of death right now. If you're the Houston Astros, it could be Bryce Harper, and it's no joke. 3-0. He got a favorable call, though that was close to the edge of the strike zone, so I wouldn't say I mind it. Really good pitch there by Abreu anyway, when he really needed it. 3-1. Off-speed sinker.
And let's see what Abreu has for the next pitch here.
Critical at-bat here. 3-1. Runners on first and second,
Yep.
2 outs for Harper. And he walks. Bases are loaded for Nicholas Castellanos.
Loaded. Well, this could be it right here. This could be it.
Dusty, I think, is going to go to Hector Neris. He's the guy that throws the splitters. And that's what they're doing now. So when they
Yep.
come back, it'll be
Yep.
bases loaded for the Phillies. This is fun, man. This game is good.
Wow.
this game has turned out to be pretty good, man.
Starting out 5-0, I would not expect to get to this point right now. This has been what a game. Good to see Philly come back into the game. Verlander, man, I thought he was going to lock in, but he did not have it. So, you know, Dusty's going to his bullpen, and right now the Phillies got him loaded. You know,
I think you picked a hell of a first game to work with me here today for this. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a fun game. It really has been. Yeah, I think Philadelphia's got Houston on the ropes right now.
I would say so. I mean, it's not even just because of the bases loaded. I think I go back to your earlier point. It was 5-0. And when they scored those 5 runs, I think Houston, ever since then, they've just not been ready to put things together here. And Philadelphia's got them on the ropes, but Philadelphia's got to do one more thing here. They got to knock them out.
And let's see what happens when Dusty brings his split finger pitcher in here. Can he get him out and get him out of the inning with a 5-5 tie? That could give a little boost to Houston here. So we'll see what happens.
So as we're
right now,
go ahead.
Yeah, right now Houston needs to get out of this inning right now because if they don't, this game's over with.
I think we could begin to that point too. Right now, I just want to, when we're in a commercial break, reset. Houston Astros were 106-56 on the season. How did they get here? Well, it was a first-round bye, and then it was 2 sweeps of the Mariners and the Yankees. They're a perfect 7-0 in the postseason right now, but that is in complete danger here in Game 1.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, yeah, it's been a good game. It's been a really good game. I mean, very unexpected, and this could be, we can go to Game 7 here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I know it's a little too early to say all of that, but I agree with you. If it has the same type of intrigue that the game number 1 has for tomorrow's game, then we're going to be in for a great World Series. I think you and I both said to start this should be at least 6 games. So I'm predicting a good series, but also both of us could not predict exactly what happened in this contest. Hector Neris has to just get 1 out. He's got a hell of a splitter, and he's got a strong fastball. And that's what Dusty Baker is looking for right now. Bases loaded with Nicholas Castellanos at the dish. Neris.
Let's see if he gets one off his shoelaces again.
If he gets another one off his shoelaces, I might lose my voice. 323 with 93 at-bats and 7 grand slams for Castellanos. 2 outs. Top of the 7th, we're tied at 5. Philadelphia has scored 5 unanswered runs on the Astros, and they're looking for the lead. 1-0 when he swings right through it. He reached for a fastball on the inside. He tried to do the same damn thing, Michael, that he's been doing all game. He tried to swing at those shoe tops. He likes that spot.
Yep.
And if I'm the pitcher, do I want to continually throw at that spot? I don't know if I do.
You don't know if he's gonna actually happen on one, because Castellanos loves that. That's what he did back in Detroit too. He loved those inside pitches, and
that's why he was always a 300 hitter. He can hit it wherever it's placed.
Right.
1-1 count. Castellanos, and he fouls it off on the third base line. He was a little early on the fastball. A lot of these guys have been late. 1-2 now. So John Smoltz is mentioning the splitter there between the fastball. He throws it with the same velocity, but it's got a lot more drop on it, so it's hard to tell what he's going to throw. Houston's waving the towels right now at Minute Maid, urging Neris to get out of this right now. It's bases loaded at the top of the 7th, and we're tied at 5. 1-2 count against Castellanos.
This is it.
And he did not go, but he thought about it again. He was awfully close. 2-2 now against Castellanos. If you're Maldonado here, Michael, you know Neris throws a lot of splitters. You got to be ready to block that ball.
Right.
Because Philadelphia could score on a wild pitch. I'm not calling it, but I feel like that could be a situation you could find yourself in. 2-2 now against Castellanos. Neris readies and throws. Swing and a miss! Neris gets out of it, leaves the bases loaded.
Wow.
We are going to the bottom of the seventh, tied at 5. Castellanos could have swung at that 3 times and he never would have hit it.
Good call by Dusty Baker bringing him in.
Oh, no doubt about it. He got Castellanos all sorts of messed up there.
Yes, he did. Yeah. Cass had no idea what to do with that stuff. That was way out of his shit. I mean, Neris is throwing shit all over the plate, and Cassidy had no idea where it was going to come into. I mean, yeah, split, like you said, split finger pitchers is feast. I mean, it's either it's there or it's not. It's all over the base, and like you said, you need a good catcher to get behind those balls, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it, and that's what Maldonado can do. Because when you have a guy that throws a devastating splitter, like you said, that's great. But if you don't have a guy that can block the ball, you could be in a world of hurt. And they made it execute when they needed to. They made Castellanos reach. And Castellanos has been pretty good in this contest. So that's
I mean, you had bases loaded there. One wild pitch, and Phillies are up. So credit to Maldonado for keeping that baseball in front of him and keeping that runner on third base. That's good. I'm going to take a break here and be right back.
Yeah, man. Sounds good.
She was ready for those uninvited guests. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Look, I think I just need someone more emotionally available. We seemed like a good match, but in person, I'm just getting a lot of mixed signals.
It's the bobblehead, isn't it?
I love your smile, but I can't do this anymore.
I thought you were in home alone.
Oh gosh, Max, don't do this.
There's a better way to bring the game home. Visit MLBshop.com for your favorite team gear and today's special offer.
I think some of the Fox announcers have said this here as we're coming back in, and they're exactly right. Between Joe Davis and John Smoltz, you got John out here with you with Michael Swartout. It says it feels like 2 games in 1. I think we've been saying the same thing throughout our broadcast in terms of the way that we thought this game would go. It did not. The Philadelphia Phillies have scored 5 unanswered runs, and this has left us with a World Series game numero uno that's had all sorts of intrigue here, Michael. So we'll figure out what happens here in the 7th inning now, as we're going to get close to hitting the 3-hour marker of this game. I'm looking on the YouTube counter side, and Jose Altuve will step in. So Jose Altuve is going to be going up against Zach Eflin. Go ahead.
Yeah, been a very surprising game here. Let's do it. If Altuve changes his stance a little bit, actually shows a little patience here and not get so greedy.
He's been really the only Houston Astro who's hitting 086 in the postseason that really hasn't gotten it going. 0-1 now for Altuve, but no matter what his numbers are, you'd still think he's dangerous. And this goes right to the shortstop side. Bryson Stott throws him out. 1 up, 1 down here for Eflin as he's 18 pitches into his ninth. Again, he started in the 6th. He's working the bottom of the 7th now for Rob Thompson's squad. And Ranger Suarez, who would be game number 3's starter, is in the bullpen right now. So Rob Thompson is not taking any chances as far as what he likes on matchups.
Hey, my thinking right now is I think Philadelphia's got some momentum going here. That's my thinking right now.
I think so too. Ever since those 5 runs, and it's not just because they scored the runs, the Astros have really not gotten anything going as far as even putting good at-bats together. Would you agree?
Right. I agree with this.
So right now, you can call Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez the next 2 at-bats slump busters here because Altuve is out. And now this will bring up Pena. Pena is at a 0-1 count against Eflin. He gets jammed in nicely on the hands. And Eflin making it look easy right now. And that's going to bring up Yordan Alvarez. And Thompson.
Looking good for Philadelphia right now. That bullpen keep it hold. These Astros are not seeing the pitches right now. They're kind of being fooled right now. And here we got Thompson coming out right now. Was that the pitching coach, or is he ready to make a change?
I think he's going to do it again, and he's going to let Alvarez face somebody else. Come right back.
Here we go. Fun game to broadcast. This is good.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you jumping on. I'm sorry the last couple of weeks been a little busy. I haven't been able to get on and play. Hopefully next week will be different. But
no, all good. No, this has been fun, man. This has been fun to talk it through. It's fun to talk through a baseball game instead of just sitting around and watching it, right?
Yeah, I think it does make it go by a lot faster.
Yeah.
I know obviously I'm not going to be able to do every game like I did with the Stanley Cup Finals, but I wanted to make sure I did at least like a game or 2 of the World Series because I had to get one in. So.
Hey, speaking of the Tom Brady is budget divorce. Can I get her number? She's available.
Didn't Giselle gave Tom Brady an ultimatum? If you don't stop playing football right now, I'm out. Is that what she said?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, man. Because this dude just, I heard he's got a wild workout regimen, or he's in bed by 5, or he's just, I think Giselle just had enough of him. I mean, she wanted him to retire, and he didn't want to, and that stuff was going on way before all this. So,
to the point that you just made, I can attest to that because sometimes on Monday Night Football they have Peyton and Eli Manning on the other ESPN channel. They had Tom Brady on there in one of the games, and Peyton made a joke. He goes, "I know we got to get this game over with because it's past your bedtime." So that speaks to your point because they know the insider track of between him and his trainer and all that. And I understand what Tom. If he's not doing all that stuff, he's probably still not playing right now. So if you really want to follow that all the way through, that's the price you have to pay. But the only problem I have with Tom is the sense of what else does he have left to prove?
That's the whole point. He's got nothing left to prove. Why is he still doing this? I mean, it's almost like an addiction, right? And he's just, and the Buccaneers are not doing that great. I mean, why are you doing this? I mean,
No, they're
you
not.
coulda-
He's not throwing picks or anything, but at the same time, they're not finishing drives.
no. I mean, they just, even though Tom doesn't demand a huge salary, but Tampa Bay as a team right now is just not doing anything. And this is a league of parity right now, right?
Yeah.
Everything is parity. And Tampa Bay is just not there. And he should have walked out last year. And he won a championship, and an NFC championship last year. He should have walked out and said done with it. But I don't know what's in Tom's head, but he didn't play anymore. What's he got? 7 rings?
Right.
I mean, what do you got to prove anymore? Nothing. Nothing. I mean, good God. I mean, we don't know what goes on. We don't know what goes on in the back end of all this with him and Gazelle and all that. There could have been issues years ago. And finally, when he tried to retire after the Lester Bowl, they come back, she probably said, okay, I'm done with you. I mean, you don't know all the backstory about this stuff, but, whatever. He's going to be fine. This guy's going to get a $300 million contract for Fox Sports to do games and shit. He's going to be fine.
Yes,
right?
he is. Back underneath our action now, because I do want to go back to your point, because I got a few things I want to say about that. So 2-1 now against Alvarez. Now Ranger Suarez, they show that he's already given up 3 runs in the postseason, courtesy of the home run. So he would normally be Game 3 starter. Rob Thompson has him on Game 1 in the bottom of the 7th to be able to get some outs. So if they like the matchups and he feels comfortable with it, that's what Thompson's doing. Alvarez is certainly capable of though, as it's 2-2 now. As that was a fastball that was poured in near the black, and it's called for a strike. So Ranger Suarez will dig in. I wonder what's going through his mind, because again, normally he'd be a Game 3 starter at this point. And it's a 5-5 game in the bottom of the 7th. Houston led by as much as 5-0. Philadelphia came storming all the way back. Houston trying to regain the lead. Fastball busted Alvarez inside, and it's now full count. So this will go a long way, this Game 1, to determining who is going to win this series. And if Philadelphia somehow finds a way, after being down 5-0, I think you say all bets are off.
Yes. Philadelphia ekes this game out. I tell you what, this is going to be a long series.
Suarez getting settled in with a full count as the towels are waving at Minute Maid. Astros want Alvarez to come through. But he swings and misses. Suarez does the job. We go to the 8th inning, tied at 5.
Nice.
So let me make this quick point. I'll have the recorder on because I want to keep this into our broadcast anyway, because I'll be uploading a lot of it anyway. But for Giselle and Tom, I think the foundations and the cracks were probably already showing, like you said. Like after he got number 6 and number 7, it's like, all right, Tom, stop. You got family, you got kids. I know not all the kids are with Giselle. Go back to home life. But everybody makes that joke of he was at home life with the off season for like a month, and he was probably like, F this. He didn't want to do.
I'm bored. I want to go. I mean, it's really sad. You can be so obsessed with something in your life, right? Did he now want to hang out with Gazelle and the kids, or was football his only focus? I mean, I've heard the trainer that he has. I mean, as a guy, they spend every day with him, right? I mean, it's all about the trainer going to bed early. I mean, at what point do you just give that up and understand there's other things in life, right? There's, oh my God. I mean, you got 7 rings, dude. Stop. You don't have to do that anymore. I mean, he's already a Hall of Famer. What's he got left to prove? Is he that? I mean, can he not get football? I mean, I don't get it, John. I don't get it.
Because I thought when he first came to Tampa Bay, and I know that there was some rumors that he wanted to go to Miami, but that got superseded, right? That's what the other rumors were. But when he first came to Tampa, I'm not going to sit here and say I doubted Tom Brady. I was like, he'll make the playoffs, but he won't win the Super Bowl. And then he won the Super Bowl. So, but you did that. Now you're 45. You proved Bill Belichick wrong. You did everything else that you're supposed to do. I'm not saying don't play football anymore. If that's what he truly loves and that's his passion, hey, you ride it out until you can't do it anymore. But to me, when there is nothing left for him to do, because he's the greatest quarterback of all time. I know some people will argue with me on that side, but the rings are the rings. And maybe if you don't like the greatest quarterback statement, then I can certainly tell you he's the greatest winner of all time because you just don't do that in the sport of football. So it's to be able to play for that long and take that kind of punishment, this and that just isn't supposed to happen. So yeah, I would like Tom at some point, and maybe he didn't retire because last year he was like first in every throwing category. But I would like him at this point. Yeah, once this year's done, I'd be done. I don't know what else he really needs to go out there and do. It's not like I don't believe the other people that say he's going to damage his legacy. He can't damage anything. But there comes a time where you want to just enjoy your home life. Go out there and enjoy it. Do something else. but I get it.
For somebody that's been in that spotlight for so long, I mean, how do you?
It's hard. It's hard to make that transition. I get that.
Right. It's a step back and not be the guy anymore. Right.
Yeah.
And not be. I don't know what goes on inside Tom Brady's mind. I will never know about that. But the guy's very. I mean, from what I understand, with his trainer, he's very obsessed. He's got a very rigid training regimen going on. He does it all the time, and hey, kudos to him to be a quarterback at 45 in the NFL.
Absolutely.
And have a concussion. I mean, I can't fault the guy.
No.
I can't fault him for what he's done.
The guy's an absolute freaking warrior. There's no doubt about that.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's obviously a hell of a competitor. I'm not taking nothing away from him.
No.
But at 45 years old, I mean, is it one of those things where you devote your life to one thing so much that you can't think of anything else to do, and anything else is just nothing?
I think that's exactly where you're coming from, and I think that's exactly what it is. It's just everything else is meaningless to him unless he finishes out his dream to the fullest.
Right. Well, okay. At that point, what's his dream? What?
Play till he's 50? Question mark.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, is he becoming Alex Ovechkin to beat Wayne Gretzky?
Yeah.
I mean, but
right.
what does Tom Brady got to beat at this point? What is he going to beat at this point?
That's the thing that's confusing everybody else, right? Yes. So Rafael Montero punches out Alec Boehm, and now he's got Bryson Stott on an 0-2 as they're back underneath our action. It's the top of the 8th. We're tied at 5. Houston hasn't scored any runs since the 3rd inning, and the Philadelphia Phillies, they've scored it a little bit later, a couple innings after that, and we've been stuck at 5 right now, but this game has featured a lot of intrigue. I appreciate all of the lively commentary there, Mike, as far as a variety of topics, but this has been an interesting game to us that we can't keep our eyes off of because this is a game that has gone one way, could go the other. Bryson Stott, it's deep, but it's going to go at the edge of the warning track, and Chaz McCormick makes the catch just before the warning track there, right center field. Gave it a ride there, did Bryson Stott, but Rafael Montero 2 up and 2 down.
Yeah, we might be looking at extra innings here, the way this is going.
I might have jinxed myself and jinxed you on the first assignment because, like I said, my first game, or the second game, I think was 15 innings. I did both the wild card games between the Rays and the Guardians. And
right.
the first one was an excellent pitching matchup between McClanahan and Bieber, and then the next one was a 1-0 game where Cleveland won in 15 innings. So that's all nuts there as far as what can happen. And Montero, excellent job out of the bullpen. Uno, dos, tres, and we go to the bottom of the 8th.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't know what else for Tom, man, but I absolutely agree with you. I think all those points are correct. I think he really believes in my heart from what I heard him say before. I think he wants to play till he's like 50.
So what about Aaron Rodgers right now? He's having a rough time in Green Bay right now.
I'm enjoying it, dude. I'm enjoying it.
I am too. Yeah, obviously, I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers really has to be rethinking his negotiations in Green Bay right now. He should have gotten out of Green Bay when he could have. I mean, man.
I know I can laugh at myself because I was awful last week. I was 4-9. I was 9-4 this week. I know I screwed myself on one pick because I took the Broncos, which you should never take the Broncos. And then Tom Brady shit the bed, and I got a loss there. So because they scored 3 points. I thought they'd beat Carolina without Christian McCaffrey. So.
The football picks of his have been horrible. They've been absolutely horrible. I mean, you can't guarantee anything anymore. I mean, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers suck up the last picks and stuff, and I mean, you know, a lot of times you have a hard time picking against them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't, can't count them out. And, the Carolina game, where did that come from?
That was awful. That was awful.
I mean, I'm serious. How do you, I know NFL's all about parity and shit, but there's not, other than Philadelphia, there's not been one team that's really dominated, right?
Right.
I mean,
yes.
And even Philadelphia is surprising to me. I mean,
it is.
Jalen Hurts is good. I mean, the Lions actually kept up with them, but that was the first game of the season, though. So,
So here's the thing, because I know I took Washington against Green Bay and ended up getting that one. But here's the interesting part now. It's a 10.5 point spread, and Green Bay is getting 10.5 against the Buffalo Bills.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? When we started doing this, and when you joined in like 3-4 years ago now, we never would have seen that for Green Bay getting 10.5.
No. Never. I mean, so who'd you bet? Part of me wants to take Green Bay. I can't. I hate not counting out Aaron Rodgers for that. I mean, but then again, it's not just about Aaron Rodgers, it's about his supporting cast.
Yeah, the rest of his team's not catching the ball or being on the spot. Bregman hits it right to Suarez. That's 1 up, 1 down after Ranger Suarez. He's got 4 straight outs. Again, he would be game 3 starter. He's come out in the 7th here for Rob Thompson to keep this at 5. And again, Bregman just hits it right to Suarez, who makes a nice play. Casual flip over to first to Reese Hoskins. 1 up, 1 down in the bottom of the 8th inning, Mr. Sword out here. It's 5-5. I don't know what to say. This has been a game that's been a lot of intrigue here, and we'll figure out who will take it. So I know.
Once they got past the starting pitchers, this game's just kind of slowed down.
So here's the man of the hour, Kyle Tucker, 2 for 3 with 2 bombs.
Get into it.
Tucker's swinging hard, and he hits it not too far down the third baseline, and we'll do it again. He thought about another home run, and at this point, I don't blame him. He needs another new bat. So the first player in Astros history with multiple home runs in a World Series game, if you can believe that. Fourth player all time to homer in each of his first two plate appearances of a World Series. Kyle Tucker has been the man in this game.
King Tuck.
and he might need to do a little more right now. As you see a lady with a spacesuit on. Oh my goodness. These Houston fans, let me tell you. Kyle Tucker, 0-1 count now. He's been good. And he got a pitch to hit, but he was early in front of the fastball, and we'll do it again. He's down 0-2. Suarez is going to throw his 10th pitch. He's got one out here in the bottom of the eighth. It was a game again that it was led by 5 runs by the Houston Astros. Philadelphia Phillies came storming back, got all the back by the 5th, and we've been waiting for our next run ever since. We're in the bottom of the 8th. John out here with you on play-by-play, drawn by Mike Sword out in color. The 0-2 pitch. Tucker will casually take that one and dig at the dirt, and it's a 1-2 count as the off-speed pitch missed badly. Houston Astros, again, it was another season, Mike, where they were really good. 106-56. They are a perfect 7-0 in this postseason. 1-2 count now against Tucker. Laces it for another base hit. That is his 3rd of the contest. He is on one tonight, folks. Castellanos gets it in quickly, holds Tucker to a single. No doubt who my MVP is in Game 1 when they lost. I know in some sports, it'd be way back in the day, you'd have to go back years, whether you would give an MVP to a losing team. It's not going to happen anymore if that happened to the Astros, but your MVP for Game 1 is Kyle Tucker, win, lose, or draw.
Easily. The guy has just been, he's delivered every at bat. I mean, this guy's just been on it.
So
nice bat by him.
It's good at bat. They're going to take Ranger Suarez out. So Ranger Suarez, because he only threw 11 pitches, he's still going to be in line to start Game 3. Rob Thompson just wanted to use him to get a couple outs. And I don't know how many managers, I'll throw this out there, how many managers in today's game of baseball would be willing to throw out their Game 3 starter and have him get 4 outs. So good on Rob Thompson. I like that.
Yeah, he's managing this game and stuff. He wants to get his guys out there. He wants this game. He wants to give his batters a chance to win this game.
I like that, honestly, Mike, because I think that's like old school managing, and we don't see that too much anymore.
No, this is good.
Because, like you said, I know we're in the middle of our commercial break. I still got the recorder going, but like you said, in the sense of Rob Thompson's trying to manage this thing as a 7-game series. You see that with all these guys. Aaron Nola, we thought he might be able to come up with a 6. Rob Thompson said no. And then you put in a couple more pitchers in there. Then you bring in a starter from Game 3, you get 4 outs. I mean, it seems like everybody's getting a pitch count. He likes what he sees with the matchups. And so far, every button that Rob Thompson has pressed has been the right one.
Oh, I agree. I think so far he's made the right choices. He's brought the pitchers in. He's got the Astros down, and so he's kept his team in the game right now. He's hoping for his batters to break through and get a run for him. So I think he's hoping for that run, and he'll close it out. I think that's what he's thinking right now. You know, he had a rough going with Kyle Noah the first 2 innings and stuff, but you know what? His team battled back, and he's got a game. He's got a game going on here.
And I think too, if you're Dusty Baker on the other side, you can say what you want, because I'm sure there's going to be some armchair quarterbacks, if that's the right term to use, that'll say maybe he left in Justin Verlander too long. But I would also argue on the other side, counterpoint is nobody expects Justin Verlander to give up 5 runs. So I wouldn't yell at Dusty Baker too much for that. I mean, he's got to go with his horse. So.
You know, it was funny. The last series that Justin Verlander's open, he's given up a lot of runs. And And, you know, we were hoping if we got past 3 or 4 innings, he'd settle down, but they got to him. And they figured it out.
They definitely did, and it's been a very odd pitching line in the sense of Nola and Verlander giving up 5, getting no decisions. Yuli Gurriel fouls off the 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Sir Anthony Dominguez. A little bit of class there. Love that name, Sir Anthony. So 100 miles an hour from Dominguez. He's got a good fastball, and he's got a really devastating off-speed pitch. But when you can go from 100 to 85 like Dominguez can do, it makes him certainly hard to hit. So 0-1 counter for Gurriel. Fights off the fastball. See if the Phillies can turn this double play. They cannot. It was a little bit late, and it was a late pickup on the third baseline. It was a tough hop for Alec Boehm. But they did get the out they needed to get the runner at second. So Gurriel will be the runner at first.
Yeah.
I think Alec Boehm, toward the, because I know we can say this in the last inning or so before that, he made a really good, 2 innings ago with Maldonado when he was all the way at the third baseline and threw out the catcher. He did a pretty good job on both sides to make some plays that you need to make. Sometimes it's just about getting the out. It's not about trying to force 2 outs and get things too quickly. You need to make sure you can get the outs when you can get the outs. I mean, I know it goes without saying, but sometimes the eyes and the ears and everything else connect too quickly. Just get the easy outs because those are important right now.
Yes.
So Trey Mancini is 0 for 15 in the postseason, and he needs to break out of this right now. He swung right through that. So it's 0-1, and the 0-2 is going to be set here for Dominguez. Fastball way out of the zone, and Mancini obliges, and now he's down 0-2. You said this a couple innings ago, Mike, that we might be staring extra innings in the face. I think you might be right.
Mancini looks terrible. I don't know what this, I'd be substituting this guy right now. He's not doing good.
Right on cue, he strikes out. Good call there by you. Dominguez does the job out of the bullpen. Let's go to the ninth.
Yep.
Tied at 5.
Wow, here we go. Top of the ninth.
I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right.
But now you're going to need someone new to sign your paycheck. When you upload your resume to Indeed, you get personalized job suggestions based on your skills and preferences. So you'll be back in the game in no time.
Make it easy for every storm a rainbow, for every tear a smile, for every care a promise, and a blessing in each trial. T-Mobile believes in going beyond during times of need. And this postseason, right now, we'll donate another $5. Beautiful day with T-Mobile. You see, the thing is, never save on grocery shorts too. Okay, I'm ready to come in now. Hello? Seriously, I'm serious. Request to come and show. Saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Greg loved visiting Grandma's house, and after saving big announcement, she was ready for those uninvited guests. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
Come on, Bubby. Come on, Bubby.
This is what real food is like. Fresh, real meat and vegetables. The fruit dogs were built to eat. The farmer's dog is choosing the food they feed. Visit tryfarmersdog.com to see your dog's personalized meal plans.
Well, for the Astros, that is a great.
So we'll see who comes out of the Astros bullpen now. It's Ryan Presley. He's the closer. 5 1/3, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts is his line through 5 games right now.
Look at that. After fifth inning, no runs, anything.
Brandon Marsh, he went for the downs, and he missed it off the off-speed pitch in the bottom left corner. He's got a double in the fifth and a run scored. He's 1 for 3 in this contest, 172 in the postseason with a home run and 4 RBI. He's facing the closer right now for Dusty Baker's squad and Ryan Presley, and we'll see what he can do. He primarily features a fastball and a slider, and that slider caught just enough for the plate. I'm not going to have an issue with that call. It was close enough. 0-2 against Marsh. And then it will flip the top of the order here for the Philadelphia Phillies, as it'll bring up Schwarber and Hoskins in this inning. At least. 0-2 count now for Marsh. 5-5 in the top of the ninth. It's been a while since we've seen some runs, like Mike said. We'll see what happens here. Curveball drops Marsh to his knees. And he takes the pitch. 1-2 now. So Brandon Marsh again, coming over from the LA Angels. You got to feel pretty good about that as a chance to play some preeminent postseason baseball. It kind of makes you wonder what's going on. Shohei Ohtani signed a 1-year extension. He would be the guy that would be available for next offseason. The biggest prize this year is Aaron Judge, which you would expect him to go back with the Yankees at about $400 million at least, I would think.
I would not think the Yankees are going to let him go. I mean,
you think that's what the asking price at least would be for Judge, is about $4?
Yep, I'm thinking so. The guy killed it. I mean, postseason, he was a dud. Oh,
right.
What a dud. I mean, but I don't know. The guy's gonna sell tickets for that way. He's gonna sell some serious tickets wherever he goes. Right?
Yes, and he flat out got the Yankees into the postseason, even though he didn't have a great postseason.
Right. I mean, it's not about one guy; it's about every guy. But I mean, Judge was a beast this year.
Yes. Altuve throws an easy one over to Gurriel. 1 up, 1 down here for Presley in the ninth.
All right.
So this could set up some heroics here for the Phillies or the Astros in the ninth. And if it goes to the 10th, again, I won't make Mike stay up too much longer here. I know he's got stuff to do. He's had a long work day. So this has been a contest that has had its thrills, but we need some runs scored here in the last few. Well, it's been 4 innings, hasn't it?
Yeah, was it fifth inning? Was the fifth was the last time they scored, or it's just been once you get the starting pitchers out of the game, it's all been relief pitchers, and nobody scored a darn thing.
Yeah.
So it's been a hell of a game.
Yes, it has, and I think we can push that narrative button a couple times in the sense of, regardless of what happens with Philadelphia here, they feel confident, I think, going into tomorrow's contest.
This is what Houston did not want. This is what Houston did not want. Houston wanted to come and take this game out and get Philadelphia on their back legs a little bit here, but Philadelphia's come back here and made a game of this, and this is going to be a good series.
Schwarber rolls his eyes at the call, and Mike, I don't blame him on that one.
I disagree with Schwarber on that one. I mean, that was out. That was outside.
1-1 now against Schwarber. That was now he got the call. And now Martin Maldonado doesn't like it here for Houston. So you give one, you take one right back.
Oh, man. Yeah. How about that robo strike like shit, right?
That was one of those times. If you want to talk about the Robo Strike Zone, that might have been one of them there.
Oh my God.
Schwarber digs in with the 2-1 now, counts in his favor, see if he lets it loose, and he can't budge on that one. And again, he has another long look at the ump and shakes his head. Another one of those situations where tensions are tight here in the ninth, and it's a 5-5 game, and I would understand. So if you're the pitcher, you want to execute as best as you can, and if you're Schwarber, you just got to let it fly if it's close.
Yeah.
So pitch number 10 here for Presley. See if the Houston closer can get the 2 outs. That was hung. And Schwarber was a little bit out in front of the off-speed pitch, and we'll do it again as he followed it down the first base line.
He was out in front of that pitch a little bit.
You could tell if he timed that up maybe another half second there, Mike, that could have been in Pound Town. It was very close to hitting something dangerous there, and this guy's got some ridiculous power. See what happens on a 2-2 count. Good block there by Maldonado, even though there was nobody on base. But I will say, when you spike a curveball like that and it doesn't go through the wickets, you feel pretty confident that you can spike something in front of your catcher and they're going to catch it. So, used to be the best at that was Pudge Rodriguez. And we got to see him toward the tail end of it. There was nobody better than him, I would say, that I saw in my life. I didn't get to see Johnny Bench, but Pudge is the guy, I would think, at that.
Wow. Look, the fans everybody's holding their breath in the stands right now.
I think we are too in this game, because this has been that kind of game right now, and
it has been.
You really can't ask if there were a better World Series opener, to be honest.
No. Man.
Full count, and Schwarber gets caught looking at a beautiful off-speed pitch, and there's not a thing he can say about it. 2 down.
Oh, he didn't think twice about arguing about it. He just walked away.
I don't think there is anything you can do with that one.
No, I was there. Castellanos would have hit that.
Yes, he would. That's a few things that we've seen throughout our broadcast. He likes those things.
Schwarber was not ready for that one. Wow.
No.
Jesus. It froze him.
So the fans are getting on the umpire here for some of these pitchers, but that one was low. They want everything called a strike at this point.
Good job by the catcher trying to break it up, make it look good, but the umpire didn't go for it.
Hoskins, a little late on the off speed, and he follows it back. And yes, you're right. It was a good job trying to frame there by Maldonado, but that's the interesting thing about the Robo Strike Zone. That also takes away the framing ability of these catchers.
Yes.
So whether you want the sanctity of the game to still be here, I get that point of it. 1-1 now. Presley digs in, get the sign there for Maldonado. Hoskins pops it up. This is towards Stott's side. We're going to go to the ball. Oh, geez, Jeremy Pena almost didn't catch that one. And then now he catches it. So a little close, but we go to the bottom of the ninth. It's McCormick, Maldonado, and Altuve. Good luck.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the ninth. Presley's doing a sign of breath of relief on that one. So here we go.
If he would have missed that one, I would have done the same thing I do with you on MLB The Show. I'd be like, come on, Michael.
Oh, my God. But it wasn't for the World Series with us, so, man. So,
Yeah, this has been a wild contest. So.
Yeah, it is. It's been a nice contest. Was not expecting this to go 9 innings and be tied at this point. So,
no.
What a shock. Man.
Also, a good inside look for both of us and probably the rest of you, whether you listen or follow along or whatever you guys are doing today in the sense of I think this also has to give you a little bit of confidence in both teams' bullpens because they've come out and they've done the damn job, Mike. They've not surrendered a single run.
No, it's been shut down. Once the starting pitchers went out, it's been done. It's been a shutdown. Nobody's done anything. I mean, I'm just, has anybody got past second base or third base at this point? I mean,
all we had that was as close as it was Zach Eflin. Zach Eflin had runners on first and third and got out of it. And that was as close as it's been. There's nobody on the Houston side for pitching that's even had a guy reach third base since the bullpen's been out. So that just goes to show you, as you said, these guys have been closing it to their best of their ability, and they've been perfect so far.
This goes to show you how important a good bullpen is right now. And these managers are managing the bullpen. They're not letting pitchers, their starters go too deep. And, these bullpens are going to be very taxed throughout this series. And tonight was just, right now you got Thompson, you got Dusty bringing all the relievers in.
Yes.
I see as the series goes on, we're going to see how these guys react to this. I mean, he's going to ask his relievers who have pitched the night before to pitch again. So we'll see how this plays out.
We're looking at the TV feed on Fox 2 side of it where Presley and the rest of the Houston Astros breathed a sigh of relief when Jeremy Pena made the second effort and caught the ball.
Oh, yeah.
So Chas McCormick will dig in against Dominguez.
Yeah.
And that was a hold your breath moment.
Coming up here.
Chas McCormick, the number 8 batter with Maldonado and Jose Altuve, your 8-9-1 will be due up in the bottom of the ninth if it goes that far. And the one thing to Mike's point that I can definitely bring home is yes, both of these bullpens will be taxed, but for Rob Thompson, as McCormick follows it off down the third base line, at least he's had a very measured approach as far as that pitch count. So while the bullpen will be taxed, the guys that pitch tonight will probably be able to pitch tomorrow because they haven't had a heavy workload. So that's something to keep in mind, as Philadelphia should still be fresh, but we'll see what happens with the rest of Dusty Baker's squad. Right.
Yeah. Right. It's all about innings and how many pitches. So he's doing a good job of managing that part of it. I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
I think so too. So with the 0-2, it's going to be way out off a breaking ball, but a 91 mile an hour breaking ball instead of 102 there from Strampy Dominguez. It's 1-2 now against Chas McCormick. Martin Maldonado will be on deck, and again, I just throw this out there because it's late in the contest. Now it really is. I can say that at the bottom of the ninth. You do have Christian Vasquez as a possibility for a backup catcher, but Maldonado's done an excellent job of blocking balls in the dirt, so you won't have that if you take out Vasquez. So 2-2 now.
Yeah.
And this is gut check time in the bottom of the ninth. If it hasn't already been, it's kind of been gut check time since the fifth inning when it was like 5-5. So all these fans right now, good mixture of Phillies fans in as well. McCormick, he's going to swing and miss. And Dominguez does his job. It's his second strikeout, but he's got to get 2 more in the bottom of the ninth to extend this to extras. And there it is. There's Christian Vasquez. I thought this might happen here for Dusty Baker's squad. Again, he's the better hitter that's available to you. So I got Vasquez's numbers in front of me. Make sure I did a little bit of homework. So 274, 9 bombs, 52 RBI. That's combined time since the trade there from the Boston Red Sox and the Houston Astros. So he's a catcher that hits at the 274 marker. That's pretty good. So you might not ask him to get a home run, but he could definitely get you a base hit, and he's got a little bit of speed for a catcher.
Yeah, only one out too, so he's not giving up too much here. So
No, I wouldn't think so either. I think we all know at this point Vasquez coming in what Dusty Baker wants. He wants a chance to get everybody on base and end this in regulation. So Sir Anthony Dominguez now will be going into 12 pitches of his night. Vasquez hitting just 200 on the postseason, but he's a 274 hitter this season. Busts him in with the fastball. That one a little bit slower, Mike, at 98, not 102. But he took a little off on that one. Everybody's got their hands in their faces right now.
on the plate, though.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Wow. You can throw that hard all you want, though, but you gotta get that ball in the zone if you want to get a strike call.
Vasquez a little late on that fastball. Falls it back. Down on the players' bench, it's 1-2 now against Christian Vasquez. Again, Boston Red Sox did not have the season I thought that they would this year. But again, when you miss Chris Sale all year and some of the other pieces, probably aren't going to do too well.
Yeah. No.
Dominguez. Off-speed pitch, a 90-mile-an-hour way out, about 10 feet outside the box toward the left side. And Vasquez will do it again. Christian Vasquez against Sir Anthony Dominguez. John out here with you with Michael Sword out doing play-by-play and color respectively. Jose Altuve is on deck. He's 0 for 4 in this contest, and I hate to say it like this, but I would feel like he's an easy out at this point.
Yeah. He's been 0 for 4 tonight, so, you know, is he due?
He could be due. It is winning time. I know there is no trash cans or anything else, but usually when it steps up, it's time for Altuve. Usually gets it done. That's not to say anything disparaging against Jose Altuve because we all know that once his time is done, he's going to go in the Hall of Fame. So we know when he can step up. Yimi Garcia is another starter. He's going to be warming up in the bullpen for Houston, and if Yimi Garcia does start, Mike and I might have to fall asleep because he takes about a minute to throw each pitch. So,
which they're going to change next year.
Yes, they are.
They're not going to let that happen.
Vasquez went. He bit on the fastball for some reason. It was 7 feet outside the zone, and Dominguez gets the punch out. That is a brutal out there by Christian Vasquez. And it makes me look foolish in the sense that he could have just kept Maldonado in there.
Yeah. Wow.
So Jose Altuve will be the last hope of regulation side as they got the big fat heads there. He steps in. And again, Jose Altuve, again, 083 right now in the postseason. Throw all those numbers out the window. This is Altuve in winning time. This could be it right now. Altuve. Strike one call. Wow. A little bit interesting call, I'll say. 23 career postseason home runs for Altuve's second most in baseball history. Manny Ramirez had 29. We remember Manny.
Yeah, Manny Ramirez, the weirdo.
Altuve takes an off-speed pitch low and out of the zone. 1-1 against Jose. Thank you guys for following along on YouTube and the Twitter Spaces side. This has been a very interesting game. We're getting close to the 4-hour marker here. As this is the bottom of the ninth, tied at 5. 1-1 count. Altuve swinging for the fences. And he missed the fastball. A little late. 1-2 count on Jose there. He was gearing up there, Mike.
Wouldn't that have been a wild end of the game?
He's certainly capable of doing that. And JT Realmuto doesn't seem any worse for wear since taking the pitch up the mask. Altuve accused of one foul down the first base line, and we'll do it again.
1-2, 2 outs,
So if you guys are just joining us, the Houston Astros scored all of their runs in the third and fourth innings, and then Philadelphia responded in the fourth and fifth, tied it at 5. Kyle Tucker's got 4 runs of his own. on 3 hits, 2 bombs. Altuve pops it up. Is Marsh going to get to it? Is it going to fall? It falls. And Altuve is on first base. It's a cheesy base hit, but he'll take it.
He'll take it.
And the Astros still have life in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs, tied at 5. It's going to bring up the rookie Jeremy Pena.
Altuve's like, thank God I got a hit.
I'm thinking the same thing. Because, I mean, I know there was a couple tough luck ones. Because I know when he hit the double play early in the contest, the double play ball that he hit was hammered, but he hit into a double play. It just happens.
Yeah, and then obviously his little dinger just kind of drops in and stuff. He's like,
That's the game of baseball that you get sometimes.
It is.
Can Jeremy Pena play the hero right now in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs? Man on first.
Postseason, and he's.
Altuve goes and he's safe. He gets to second base. Rob Thompson says, hold on. And so do the Phillies. They might want to take a look at this. I did not get a chance to look at the secondary replay yet. He's in on my side. I know Mike's a little bit behind me on that side. He gets about 5 seconds later, so if we'll get a chance to look at it. I see that he's in, and he got a good jump.
Yep, he's in.
Good job by the Houston Astros. Thank you, Tech and God, for following along on YouTube side. You're with Mike Swartout and I in the World Series. This is bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, tied at 2. That one was pretty close upon second look, but he's in.
It's like the ball bounced off his. Watch this. Watch it. Hit his leg, and then he caught it.
So when it bounced off his leg, was it even all the way in his glove? Is the question?
No.
Yeah, that's why I feel. Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I feel like Altuve is safe. That was some good camera work, though. We enjoy the extra angles.
Yeah, it is. It bounced off his hip and then went to his glove, and I think he was in after that.
Yes, that's a great look there for Jose Altuve. Again, those multiple camera angles are pretty good on that side.
Yeah.
I guess that's what $500,000 cameras, what that buys you, or however much they are, Mike.
It does. Yeah. Wow. And they're gonna look at this.
So again, if you're Rob Thompson and you look at this, it's not like hockey where the run would score or the goal stands and you get a penalty.
Right.
So you got nothing to lose if they do decide.
Man, how do you? I mean, so at this point, it's possession, right? So, I mean, when was the ball in to catch the glove? Really, it comes to that point, or So, is the second baseman have it as a glove?
See, that's upon second look from what you're telling me. That is the critical question. I don't even know if he has it.
What, right here?
They're calling him safe.
It bounces off him, and he grabs it, but Altuve's in on the second base already, though. So
that's what I thought too. They did challenge. They called Jose Altuve safe.
Exactly.
That was a great call by you, because when we got that second look there, that really is what it was. It was Gene Segura had the ball in at second base, but it wasn't all the way in his glove by the time Jose Altuve slid in.
And good call by Dusty, his son.
Absolutely.
Because right now we're 2 outs and the guy on second right now. Pena can bring him in right now.
So Pena, chance to play the hero right now. 1-1 count.
Right now.
Jose Altuve's at second, and a single will probably definitely score. Altuve, off the end of the bat, is it going to drop? Castellanos makes the diving catch. We're going to extra innings. Nick Castellanos with a highlight reel defensive play. Unbelievable.
Where does this come from? This guy can play defense in Detroit for shit.
Unbelievable play by Castellanos. We go to extras. That was extraordinary.
Oh my God.
And you said that to a team like he was a guy that had to be DH'd because he couldn't play the outfield.
Right.
He doesn't look like that guy anymore.
No, he does not. I mean, I'm glad he's grown. You know. Oh my God. And he's done that a lot in the series in the postseason too. He's
That really was a ball that was hit off the end of the bat by Pena. It was a bleeder. That probably should have dropped.
Oh
That should have been the game winner.
Who would have thought we'd be doing extra innings right now?
Not me, my friend. I'll tell you that. Oh man, this has been a wild contest. Again, you can stay with me as long as you like, man. I don't want to keep you forever. We're hitting the midnight on the Eastern hour, so we'll be burning the midnight oil. I still got a game story after this, so I'm going to be a little tired, but I'm happy to stick along with everybody. We're hitting the 4-hour mark in a couple minutes, so it's been a long game, but it's been a fun game, no doubt about it.
Oh yeah. Was not expecting this, so.
No, and I think the same thing like you talk about with Houston. I don't think they were expecting this either.
And I tell you what, after they got their 5 runs, they went cold, and not sure what they were thinking. I mean, I'm sure they were thinking, "Oh, we're coasting this one." Nope, they did not. They were kind of surprised that Philadelphia came back and got 5 runs off, and the bullpens came in, and that's where we are right now.
So are you saying after the 5-run lead that the Houston Astros pulled the old one pump chump?
No, I'm thinking they're surprised. I mean, like you said, the bullpens of both these teams is what's been the key to this. And once the starting pitchers got out, it's been a dead game. There's nobody doing anything. I mean, Altuve got ahead just because he got fucking lucky.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And now here's the most frustrating pitching stance of all time here, Mike, is Luis Garcia. And when you see it, you can't unsee it. And it's one of these ones that takes a while. That's why I was dreading the extra innings. I absolutely can't stand the way this guy pitches, only because when you play in the video game, he does the exact same thing. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. So Christian Vasquez has to come in for Maldonado, so he's going to catch the rest of this contest, however long it goes. And Garcia pours in a 98, 1-1, and Real Muto says, "Come on, man, that's not a strike," but that's what they call.
Oh, look at this guy! Oh God!
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a long night, man. So to dig in here with Garcia, he's rocking the baby. And Real Muto just helps him out because I think when I watch this guy pitch and I'm the other batter, this is just me, I get frustrated because I'm waiting for him to throw the baseball, and then I just start helping him out. I think that's what makes him so difficult.
As long as he keeps his foot on the pad.
Yeah, you can do whatever you like. Jose Valverde used to do a lot of similar things with the Tigers. I remember that.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, sometimes he's on, sometimes he's not. Oh, my God.
Yeah, this is one of my annoyances. I'm not saying Luis Garcia isn't good, because he really is. He'd be game 2 starter possibly, but not now. That's out of the jump. It'll be Framer Valdez and Zach Wheeler for tomorrow. Bryce Harper will be due up next. Real Muto, he's the first batter in the top of the 10th. We haven't had runs since the 5th inning. It's the top of the 10th, tied at 5. Real Muto's got a full count. We'll see if he can make something happen here for Houston, as everybody on the Houston side has bated breath. Driven by Real Muto down the right field line at the wall. Gone! JT Real Muto gives the Phillies the lead in the top of the 10th. He tied that short porch there, Mike, and he liked what he saw.
Yep.
346. It doesn't matter how far it is as long as it leaves the ballpark. And
That's right.
that's what
As
happens.
long as it goes over.
And Mike, we can say this now.
Wow.
I know we have the bottom of the play, but let's just make the obvious statement right now for those that are just joining in or follow along. Philadelphia scored 6 straight runs.
And unanswered runs.
Yes, 6 straight unanswered runs since the 5th inning. And that is why the score is 6-5. So when I mentioned earlier that Kyle Tucker is my MVP in this game 1, I think he probably still is, regardless of whether or not Houston wins or loses. But they don't care about that. Right now, Houston is wondering,
No.
how the hell are we down 6-5?
5.
You'll see that on the replay there. You can comment. That was a hell of an effort there by Kyle Tucker just to try to get to that ball. I know that'll be coming up to you in a minute.
I should. Right there. Wow. That's a good foot or two outside of his glove.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. That's a hell of an effort there for Kyle Tucker. So the Mr. Everything right now for Houston
Yep.
tried to rob that one. JT Real Muto has given the Philadelphia Phillies the go-ahead run in the top of the 10th inning, folks. This has been a big-time contest.
This is gonna be, yeah. Wow.
Harper hits it off a face mask there of Vasquez, and we're going to do this one again. So Ken Rosenthal on the Fox side is talking with JT Realmuto. It's the first extra inning home run in Phillies World Series history there, Mike. That's not something I would have thought of either, because when I think of, Mike Schmidt and some of those other guys, Phillies had some good players over the years.
Yeah.
0-2 count against Bryce. Takes the off-speed pitch way down in the dirt, and Bryce makes it 1-2. This is a game that's had a lot of intrigue now. Again, we've been waiting for runs since the 5th inning. Once that was done, and we've gotten it now, courtesy of JT Realmuto, giving the Philadelphia Phillies a go-ahead 6-5 off the home run lead. They've scored 6 unanswered runs. Bryce ropes this one down left field, and I think he's going to hold for a single there. He's going to take a wide turn. He's going to have to come back. So Bryce gets on first. It's 2 straight hits for the Phillies as everyone is hitting the padding there in the players' bench. They are fired up right now. And why wouldn't they be, Mike? This is a hell of an effort there by the Phillies.
Oh, it is. This is unbelievable. This is, man, the Houston bats have got cold, and kudos to the Phillies manager to bringing the bullpen and shut them down. Wow.
As much, and I agree with you, as much as you can say about the offense doing the damn job, because they have, Rob Thompson has pushed all the right buttons for his bullpen. Everybody's put out right now. He's rolling nothing but 7s at the craps table.
Yes. Yeah, right. I mean, who's he going to bring out for the bottom of the 10th right now? That's my question.
That is my question, too, because it is David Robertson. He's in the bullpen. David Robertson was out of baseball over the last couple of years before he used to be the Yankees closer.
Yeah.
So that's a lot to ask of a guy that has been out of baseball normally before that. He was picked up during the season, during the deadline, because they needed bullpen help. But certainly now it looks like the Phillies bullpen is in good shape. So for all intents and purposes, for Houston supposed to having that edge in that regard, Philadelphia has just said no to every one of those narratives and said, you're going to have to kill us. You know, they're like the Thing from John Carpenter's movie.
Yeah.
You never know where they're going to appear from, and they're going to surprise you. And Philadelphia has just been excellent. So there is a look at Robertson there in the bullpen. That should be his bottom of the 10th. But stranger things have happened. So Garcia versus Castellanos is the matchup. Castellanos. Altuve flips over. Castellanos will beat the throw to first. So it's going to be a fielder's choice with one out as they get the lead runner and Bryce Harper. Teams with a 5+ run lead have a 589-18 record, and the Astros led 5-0 through 3 innings. How about that fact? So we are seeing something like that you just don't ever see. And we picked a good game number 1 here.
Yeah, we did. Wow.
So Alec Boehm now against Luis Garcia, the number 6 batter. Alec Boehm's been pretty good. Really, Mike, I'll say this because I think you're right. Even though it sounds silly to say that the Astros bats, if you just looked at the box score, have gone cold, although they scored 5. It's true because 4 of the runs are from Kyle Tucker. Everything else for Phillies kind of been spread out, hasn't it?
Yes, it has been. A lot of different contributors for the Philly offensive side, but not so much for the Houston side. It's been, like you said, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, and that's certainly where you have. So if you were looking in the paper, whether or not people still do that with the box score anymore, you see it right there. Alvarez and Bregman 0 for 3, Tucker 3 for 4.
Yeah.
You would think this game has one storyline, but in fact it has quite another, and it belongs to Philadelphia right now. And winning this game 1 will at least give them a split to go back home to play games 3, 4, and 5. Bouncing ball. Bregman bare hands and throws. Gets a beautiful out at first. That is a gorgeous defensive play. And that will get a runner to second with 2 outs. Bregman made that look way too easy there, Mike.
Yes, he did. Man, it's like a routine play for him. He bare-handed that one, just ripped it over there.
I know these guys make that look easy, but that was not easy.
No, it wasn't. He just walked in, watch him, he just grabbed it, and that's a good third baseman place. That's awesome.
So we are going to take a commercial break, I believe, as Dusty Baker is going to go to his bullpen, and Luis Garcia is coming out. Damn, I did not expect this.
No, I did not. I mean, at 5-0, I thought this game was done. And, man. Unreal. Was you expecting all this?
I can't say that I did, man. I think alongside of everyone else, I'll just hit the easy button note whether or not it's fair to say you get Verlander a 5-0 lead. I would assume the game is over. That's a shame that Justin Verlander could not close that out. I'm not rooting for one guy in particular. I've said what I said about the Astros and how I feel about it because I think a lot of people agree. But that is not good on Verlander's part. You have a 5-run lead. That game has to be over.
Yes, it does. You need to lock it down and, not let these guys do anything. And I don't know what was happening with him, but on the other hand of that, he gave up 5, but after that, once the Philly bullpen came in, both sides were locked up. There's been nothing happening this last inning. Nobody doing anything. So,
and let's keep in mind this too, because we'll watch the replays now as we go to the top of the 10th with 2 outs. That Nick Castellanos diving play in shallow right field. If the Phillies win this World Series, or let alone win this game one, you're going to remember that one for a long time.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Man, who would have thought Nick Castellanos would make a play like that? You know?
Yeah, if we use the words in Detroit, I know he's in Philadelphia now, but if we use the words in Detroit as Nick Castellanos defensive hero, people would think we're high.
Yep. Very high. So, man.
So Ryan Stanek, he's got the flowing hair, but I got to tell you, Mike, it doesn't look as nice as yours.
Oh,
He's going to go.
you.
Yeah, I mean that. 98 miles an hour.
My hair is much better than his.
Your hair is much better than his, but you can't throw a 98 mile an hour fastball.
No, I can't.
So
you can be on PlayStation MLB. I can drop some curves in though.
Yeah, you definitely can do that. So Stanek, it's Bryson Stott. We'll see if he's going to get Bregman's. We're going to try to hustle all the way down, go into the netting. So at least I'll give Bregman full marks for that, because after he made the barehanded play, who's to say that he couldn't make that play? So at least I appreciate the effort. They're showing Luis Garcia on the iPad, probably looking at the mistake of the pitch that made to JT Realmuto. You can't really live that one down, but that's how it is right now. You think if you're Houston, and Mike, I think you're right. Besides Kyle Tucker, the bats have gone cold. I think you're going to kick yourself in the butt if you don't win this one.
Yeah.
That is High Heat and Cheese by Stanek, and Bryson Stott could do nothing but reach up in the zone and foul it away. So 1-2 count now. It's a runner on second here for Philadelphia. Again, they don't want to take their foot off the gas. Another run at this point is very critical. No doubt about it. Stanek trying to deliver the 1-2, trying to stop the bleeding here.
Yep. Get out of the inning and get.
And whoever would have thought we would have saw this, my friend? Nick Castellanos, stolen base. And now he's in it too. He is doing a little bit of everything right now for the Philadelphia Phillies.
He's saving runs, stealing bases.
2-2. Fouled off by Stott down the first base line in the dugout, and we'll do it again. Not to say that we're not salty, because again, both of us commenting from Detroit here for this World Series contest, because Nick Castellanos was a hell of a player in the Detroit uniform. But to see him steal bases and make defensive run saves, he was not that type of player in Detroit.
No.
Maybe
he's coming to his own.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's still a damn good player, regardless of where he's at. He's always been a guy that can hit you 300. Always been a guy that's had some power. He's always had the promise. And if Nick Castellanos wins a World Series, I'd be pretty happy with that too. I always liked him. Full count now against Bryson Stott. He was the one that drew a critical walk against JV that got the rally going a little bit. Remember that in the fourth inning? And he does it again. Excellent at bat there for Stott.
There we go.
And runners on first and second. Castellanos, it's the same thing. He stole a base, but he would have walked over anyway. And Dusty Baker can look on, and I wonder if he's chewing on that toothpick a little harder there, as now there's a runner on first and second for Stanek to deal with.
He's going to leave him in here because he's going deep into his bullpen right now. Who's he got left?
That's where I'm in 100% agreement with you, Mike, in the sense of I think he's gone deeper than Thompson has. And you can't burn everybody, because if you come out tomorrow and Framber Valdez doesn't have a great outing, then what do you do?
Right.
So Gene Segura now Again, he is one of the Phillies' best contact hitters. He's a guy that 277 in the season. He's a guy that usually averages around 300. 277 is a little low for him. He follows this one out toward the first base line, and we'll do it again. That was at almost 100 miles an hour, and Segura was a little late. First and second right now. Let's not be hasty, although it's late in the broadcast in the game. It's 2 outs, first and second. Phillies want this extra run. Houston needs to close this out right now. Turn the water off in that faucet. Segura waiting on the 0-2.
Yeah,
He gets
fans are a
jammed.
little subdued right now, don't they?
They got to be sitting on their hands right now, Mike.
Yep.
How much money do you think these tickets cost on average?
Oh, more than I want to spend.
That is the answer of the night, folks. We appreciate the off-season comment.
I'd rather watch you here and talk to you like this. Let's put it that way.
We're watching in front of our high-definition televisions, where we can see everything, right?
Right.
Because even though I'm streaming the game, just like you are, in the sense of it's only 720p and it's not on my 4K set, it still looks nice and I can see everything. So, 0-2 count on Segura, trying to get away from the 0 for 4. And Segura fights it off. This goes right to Bregman. He's going to catch it. And now Houston needs at least a run to extend it. Here comes the closer, and David Robertson. 6-5 game. When we come back, maybe it'll be finished off.
Let's see what happens. Wow. We'll be right back.
Employees with a current eligible Chevy lease can get this Blazer for $239. Chevy Drive for Motor City. Find new roads.
GMC Terrain. Ready for any terrain. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC. Employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get this low mileage lease on this 2022 Terrain SLE for $259 per month. By the time this Lions fan is finished drinking his Pepsi, you'll be 15 seconds closer to game time. Lions watching. Better with Pepsi.
So I'm just looking at some offshoot money line bets there, and anyone that has the Phillies right now, or they took the Phillies when they were down 5, you're about to cash out big if the Phillies finish this one off here in the top of the 10.
All right.
6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors. The Astros have 5. They need at least one more to tie it. And the top of the 10th, here comes David Robertson, the closer from Rob Thompson's bullpen. 3 2/3, 1 earned run, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts so far in the postseason. You got 20 saves in the regular season at 63 2/3 innings. So his numbers are decent. He's a guy, again, a couple years ago was out of baseball, not brought back in because the Phillies needed some bullpen help. That's why they acquired Robertson and Alvarado at the deadline. They're going to see both of them now. Defensive changes as Alec Bohm comes out and Mundo Sosa comes in. So this is Yordan Alvarez. This is a big time opportunity here for the Astros to get back into this game. They're only down one, and they have the best part of their order coming up in Alvarez, Bregman, and Tucker. Whoever would have thought we'd be staring this in the face when the Houston Astros had a 5-run lead. Philadelphia now trying to close it out in the bottom of the 10th. They are up 6-5, but they got to face the 3, 4, and 5 in the order. And you'll see this in a second there, Mike, when you look at Alvarez's splits. That will strike fear in your eyes. He is a good hitter on both sides of the plate.
Yep, 321 and 299. 10. This guy's good.
0-1 pitch. Alvarez gets the fastball he would like, but I think he'd want a do-over there as that goes down the left field line. It's 0-2 a count against Air Jordan. As Robertson taking a look at that, there's a lot of seam spinning there, and just missed it there was Alvarez. This could be big in this series. Again, we can talk about it. It's just game one. It's a best of 7. But if the Phillies come back and win this game, there's going to be a lot of intrigue coming in tomorrow's contest. Yeah. Just keep in mind, folks, it's a 2-3-2 format. So if the Phillies get their split, you'd think they'd be happy. And if they win the first 2 games, well, oh boy, that changes everything.
Oh my God, yes it does. It gives them a good confidence going back to Philadelphia, playing in front of the home crowd. Oh my God.
And hopefully, I didn't see it tonight, but hopefully we'll get a chance to see Dave Dombrowski in the suites. I haven't seen his face. 1-2 now against Robertson and Alvarez. Alvarez fights it off. Enriel Muto will pick it up off the lively end boards, I would say, off the advertisements. I use the end boards for the hockey term because that was a nice bounce right back to him.
Right there.
1-2 count still. Bryce looks on in the dugout, although he can't bear to look, and I don't blame him. A lot of the fans and a lot of the players are feeling that same way. They know how critical this is. 1-2, and Alvarez asks for time. So what's going through your mind right now if you're Robertson here, Mike? Is just get the outs. It's typical closer business. They're always used to high leverage situations.
Yep, get the outs, man. I mean, hit your spots. Trust your catcher. I mean, let your catcher dictate your game.
And he did on that one. He swung and missed in a ball in the dirt, exactly as you called. He trusted his catcher to block it. He did. Alvarez went for it. And the Phillies are 2 outs away from winning the game that they were down 5.
Unbelievable.
And Robertson said some words that I cannot repeat on our broadcast.
Was he golfing? Good God.
And
He got fooled completely on that pitch, and here we go.
Bregman golfed on that one. He definitely tried to hit that one out into the train station.
Yeah.
As Nola chewing on the sunflower seeds. Again, Nola gave up 5, but I would say this about Nola. He bounced back in a couple innings, and he got some outs.
He did. Yes, he did. You got to give credit to Nola. He settled down and got him an extra inning or 2, and this worked out so far. I would not expect this, but this is
1-1 count now as Bregman takes the curve. Everybody with bated breath right now as you're looking at all these camera feeds on the Fox side. Bregman follows this one down the right field line, and we'll do it again. John out here with you on play-by-play. Mike Swart out on color. We're just enjoying this game right now. Got a chance to cover some World Series Game 1. I appreciate having him on here with me throughout this. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a game that we thought, again, that would go one way and certainly flipped the script and went the other way as Philadelphia scored 6 unanswered runs. They're trying to finish this off on the road, Minute Maid, in the bottom of the 10th. Bregman off the end of the bat, still going to hit this pretty far, up against the wall. Can't make the catch. Bregman racing into second, and he gets in scoring position. The Astros trying to make inroads, a clutch one-out double by Alex Bregman. And now this will bring up the one bat here, Mike, that I think the Phillies don't want to see. It's bringing up Kyle Tucker.
Tucker. Wouldn't it be amazing if he put this game away?
It would be, and also maybe something I won't blame Kyle Schwarber for trying to catch that one, because it could have been a double probably regardless, because it seemed like Bregman was hustling the whole way out of the box.
Right. Played it off the wall and.
Yeah, it's here nor there whether he could have played it off the wall. It could have been the same result either way.
Right.
So that's one of those situations where I don't think you can put any blame on Schwarber for going for it.
Yep.
So Tucker, 3 hits, a single, and 2 bombs. He's been the best player right now. He's been the only player really driving the offense. He's got 4. Tucker can play the hero with 1 swing of the bat. 1-0 count against the closer, David Robertson. Again, getting the third doesn't mean anything. You just got to get the outs wherever you can. Huge swing there by Tucker. He went for the downs, and he missed it. 1-1 now. 6-5 contest. We're at Minute Maid right now for Game 1 of the World Series Best of 7. Houston has home field advantage with their 106 wins on the season. Philadelphia has 87 and 75. And again, Rob Thompson took over when they were 22 and 29. Tucker follows it off, and we'll do it again. 1-2 count on Kyle Tucker. Nervous energy right now in the Houston crowd, and as well as your broadcasters as well. This has been a fun contest.
Wow, it's been a great contest to watch. Cast tonight, stuff. It's been. Half the starting pitchers got knocked out. It's been a hell of a game. Wow.
Robertson set to deliver the 1-2, and Realmuto has seen it spike in the dirt, and Tucker doesn't blink at it. 2-2. I will say one thing that's nice when I'm doing a game and I know it's a dome stadium that you don't have to deal with rain delays. That's the one.
Yes.
That's the one thing when I'm doing a baseball game that makes me have bated breath when we have to wait for first pitch. We knew first pitch was at 8:03 and it was timely. And this has been a fun contest the whole way through, although it's gut check time. Runner at second, 2-2 count for Tucker. It swings and misses.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that is a uncharacteristic at bat for Kyle Tucker, who has been locked in all game. Huge out for Robertson.
Wow. What? Houston's down to the last out.
It's down.
He was golfing for that pitch.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like too big of a swing there.
Yeah.
And now.
Well, yeah, the guy scored 4 runs this game. I mean, I'm not.
No, I can't put blame on Tucker, but you'd think for as locked in as he's been, that was a swing that caught you by surprise.
We got Gurriel up here. We got a guy in second. See what Gurriel does there.
That was a gorgeous pitch there by Robertson. Good frame job there by Realmuto.
Yep.
0-1 count now for you.
If I was Robertson, I'd go right after him.
Absolutely, Mike. I love the moxie there. I think that's what Robertson's going to try to do.
Just go right after him.
Fastball just outside. 1-1 count now. 6-5 contest. The over-under's been smashed at 6.5. We smashed that by the third inning. Houston down to their final out in game one.
Yep.
Good take there by Gurriel. Working the bat count in his favor. 2-1. He's 2 for 4 in this contest with a pair of singles. Lenis Diaz will be up for Trey Mancini, as you called. Trey Mancini wasn't very good in this game, and
No.
if they get to it, I think they're going to try to get some contact on the ball. Gurriel's got to get on base, though, and he's doing a good job. It's 3-1 in his favor. Now, in this situation, Mike, I'm not getting a green light. Unless you know what you like, if he throws it out of the zone, I'm not going to help him.
No. 3-1, 2 outs.
We'll see what Robertson does here. And he plays it safe. He walks Gurriel. That's going to bring up Lenis Diaz. I think that's probably the right call. Gurriel's a good contact hitter, and Diaz hasn't shown you much, and that's what he's playing for. So, but I agree with you, Mike, in the sense of even if Mancini does have better numbers, he hasn't had better numbers in this contest. So go with the pinch hitter. You roll the dice. You're down to your last out. You got guys in first and second. A single ties this ball game.
Yep.
Bregman's got the speed to do it. Phillies, no matter what, win, lose, or draw, as we've said throughout this broadcast, I think both of us believe it. They've stricken fear into the heart of the Astros.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. So they'll go into game two feeling confident no matter what happens. The Astros can win it right now or at least tie it with a base hit. Robertson about to throw his 21st pitch when he digs in with Lenis Diaz. 243 in the regular season, 12 bombs, 38 RBIs, 071 in the postseason with no power. Everybody's standing right now. Philadelphia and Houston, 6-5. Phillies got the lead. Astros down to their last out. Ball gets away from Real Muto. Runners advance to second and third. Now a base hit definitely ties this game and maybe wins it.
Oh, my God. Al Seager wins this game right now.
Robertson just spiked that one, Mike.
Yeah.
You want to bounce the pitch again? Is my question.
What's that?
I said, do you want to bounce this pitch again? Is my question, because Real Muto's look good at blocking the ball, but you might feel a little nervous about it now.
Wow.
Oh, and he almost hit Diaz. Oh, he threw it up and in near his dome, and that'll wake him up a little bit as Robertson now looking a little wild.
Oh.
That was as close as you like right there. Maybe not if you're Diaz, but that almost actually hit the jersey. Chas McCormick will be on deck. Oh, wait a minute. Is this going to... Hold on a second, folks. So it looks like the pitch hit Diaz, but they're going to say he leaned into it. And my question is, if you lean into it, is that just a strike or is that an automatic out? That's what I don't know right now, and I wish I did. That went off of the elbow. He definitely leaned into it, no doubt about it.
Yeah, he did.
They're going to call that a ball in 3-0. So I just want to make sure. I wanted to make sure I got the call right before I declared anything. One thing you could say right now is Robertson's got to find it here.
Yeah, he's kind of lost his brain a little bit here.
3-0 on Diaz. Robertson just needs the 1 out, 2 outs. Can he get it done right here? Big swing and a miss with the breaking ball. Good call there by Robertson. You could tell Diaz was selling out for the Heat. And he missed it. So 3-1 now. He was going for the game. No doubt about it. Aledmus Diaz digs in. Bounces it in. Here's the throw over. Phillies win! 6-5! Robertson does the job. 6 straight runs and comes back as Castellanos salutes the crowd. What a game we had here, Mike.
Oh my God. What a game that was.
The second largest comeback win by NL team in World Series history. Hasn't happened since the 56 Dodgers, folks, in Game 2. What a game we had. And Mike, I appreciate you being here with me. It was fun to call it with you.
That was, man. Unbelievable. I would not expected this, and good job. Congrats to the Phillies for pulling this one out, and, you know, good job. This is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful game to cast. Awesome.
I appreciate it, man. We will catch up soon. I might have to do some work with Cooper Hopkins tomorrow as far as the Battle of Alberta between Calgary and Edmonton.
All
We
right.
got a late game, but I'll see you, buddy.
All right, buddy. Have a good night. Thank you.
Yep, see you.